6 hearings throughout at different locations, and the most recent one was in Ontario, California, the police department, and there's 6 presenters, including representatives from LRKIMBELL and the California 911, OnStar, representatives from the public, safety response group, and Intrado, INTRADO, and myself. And I spoke about Next Generation 911 regarding people with disabilities and their perspectives. And I gave a short presentation. I spoke about EAAC being set up and the studies on a national level. And the second point that that was the first, and the second that I wanted to share was Cheryl had disseminated a press release regarding RTIS, excuse me, that was the interpreter, ATIS, formed a work group with text messaging to 911, and Don Mitchell wants to serve as our liaison between ATIS and our EAC committee. So I'd like to give my support for that and keep eyes and ears open to the progress that will be made, and I appreciate Don Mitchell's offer to serve as our liaison. Those were the 2 things that I wanted to make you aware of. That's it.
Richard, this is Cheryl King. Just to remind you that we do have an ATIS representative as a member of the EAAC, and that is Greg Schumacher. So we can direct Don Mitchell to work with Greg, and we can sure get that liaisonship moving with ATIS and the EAAC. Thank you for that.
Richard here. Great. Thank you. And thank you, Cheryl, for clarifying that information to everyone. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Richard. You have a question? Mark?
Yeah, it's Mark Fletcher with Avaya. I just wanted to also note that the state of Michigan is starting legislation for E911, specifically around multi-line telephone systems, but they have hearings that are happening on April 19th of next month, and their plan is to have legislation in place by December 31st of 2011. So it would be an excellent opportunity to interject any NG911 requirements, or at least have some input on that legislation.
What date did you say that hearing was? Yeah, thank you.
The hearing is set for April 19th. You're welcome.
And they want to have the rules in place by end of the year?
They want to have the rules in place going into effect on December 31st of 2011. I had to read it twice myself.
Yeah,
That's
I'd
pretty
like to
quick.
read that twice too, but thank you. All right. All right, moving along on the agenda, we're The next item on the agenda is the review and approval of the minutes for the February 11th, 2011 meeting. I think the question becomes is if there are any comments or corrections or anything that people want to add or clarify in the minutes, let us know now.
This is Cheryl. I did have an email from Donna Platt who asked me to put a little more definition into Laura Flaherty's presentation, and I have amended the minutes to reflect that. Al Strong just came in. And Rebecca. This is Cheryl again. Rebecca Ledoux is on the Federal Relay, and Al Sonnenstrahl just walked in, but he's busy talking to Norm. Welcome.
Joel Zev.
Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah,
Yes, just 1 second. This is Donna. I just wanted to let you know I just finally got in there, and I do. I have to. Yes. Hi. I'm sorry. This is Donna, and I'm speaking through a sign language interpreter. I wanted to. I hit click on the link, but it's not working. And so I need to copy and paste. So now it's finally working. Anyhow, I just got on. Thank you.
This is Cheryl King. Again, for the folks in the room and the people on the conference bridge, please announce your name before you speak so that the conference bridge parties can know who is speaking and the interpreters can identify you. Thank you.
Joel Zev.
Joel, go ahead.
Yeah, just 1 point. The part in there that I'm referring to testing the system, I also suggested that the survey be piloted with the groups of people just to make sure that everything works before it's distributed. I'm happy to do some of that, but I think it needs to be a more broader scope.
This is Cheryl King. Thank you, Joel. We have been piloting it, the survey, informally within the committee and the FCC, but we will consider whether we can get that done formally. I guess we should discuss the survey, even though it's later in the agenda, but we might need to raise it now.
Yeah, Joel Zev, that was my point, though, that my suggestion was not only helping with it, but trying it in different ways, formally or informally, but make sure it works before we put all that effort into distributing it and tabulating it.
This is Cheryl, understood, and I'll amend the minutes to reflect that.
Thank you.
This is Richard here.
Go ahead, Richard.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think we have features that show the high hand raise. Oh, the hand raising feature?
Yes, we do. This is David. Yes, we have the hand raising feature working. Do you need the access information to that?
Yes.
Okay. The meeting name is EAAC, and I think that's all you need.
Okay, EAAC, right?
Correct.
This is Richard again. So is there a link? This is Richard. Is there a link, or how exactly do I access that?
Yes, there's a web link. It's let me read that off my website here. It is the http And the address is TOHRU dot trace, TRACE dot WISC dot EDU.
This is Donna. Did you receive my feedback for the minutes a few days ago, Cheryl?
This is Cheryl King. Donna, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Did you receive my feedback for the minutes a few days ago, Cheryl?
Yes. And I've amended the minutes to reflect that. We have a question in the room. Norm Williams.
Thank you. Hello. Yes, this is Norm. And if I remember correctly, we were talking about putting a videotape, making the survey available through videotape for individuals whose first language is not English. And I believe that's something that's happened before in Canada. And I'm just following up on what the status on that is, or what our plan is regarding doing that.
This is Cheryl King. Norm, yes. Sherry Farina and Richard Ray have been working on that. Sherry Farina at NorCal, her facilities are being loaned to Sherry to create the video clips for the survey, and that's one of the reasons we've had a bit of delay. The volunteer signer for the video had a family emergency, and so we've had to push our time frame out a little bit. But it is being done. It's being done in California.
This is Norm. Okay.
This is David. Are there any other comments or questions on the minutes? Okay. I'm going to turn.
Patrick Donovan do an update on the NG911?
Yeah. I was going to pass this over to you guys, right? Patrick?
Great. Good morning, everyone. Again.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Donovan, as you probably know. I'm in the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. And just a little update on NG911. Well, first I'd like to introduce Brandon O'Malley, who is an intern in the Bureau. He's a second-year law student at George Mason, and he's been very helpful in the NG911 proceeding thus far. But as far as NG911 goes in the Bureau, we received comments on February 28th, and we are in the process of reviewing those comments. And then reply comments are due on March 14th, which is Monday. And so we look forward to receiving those. And the Bureau is very interested in the NG911 proceeding. In fact, I've heard that several people will be coming down for Brian's presentation at 11:15, and so we look forward to hearing that, and be happy to answer any questions. That's it for me.
This is Cheryl King. Kevin Green?
Kevin Green, Verizon.
We'll wait till the microphone's on.
Kevin Green, Verizon. Patrick, I wanted to know, are there expected next steps from the FCC and any kind of time frame that we can expect to see something additionally on Next Gen 911?
We're still in the process of working on the next steps right now, and so I can't give you a timeline.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
This is David. I think we're ready to move on, but are we waiting for some people for the 11:15 slot for Brian's presentation?
And I think Karen was coming down at 11.
And Karen has it.
So
that would be great, actually, if we could maybe take a little break, because I think there are a few others coming down from Public Safety Bureau for Brian's presentation.
okay, then let's take about a 10-minute break.
So I was just going to say. Yeah.
About 10-minute break, everybody. Thank you. This is Cheryl King. We're ready to get back to the agenda. A couple people still out of the room, but they said there's a meeting for 50 on Monday, so they had to set it up. Yeah, so that's why I tried to keep it looking. All right, are we back on the conference bridge? Richard, are you there?
We hear you.
Great, thank you. Karen Strauss is here, and she
yes,
has...
I'm here too.
Thank
this
you.
This is Richard, I'm here.
Thank you. Karen?
Hi, thank you. Welcome again, everybody. I'm sorry I couldn't be here at the beginning of the meeting, and I'm going to probably have to leave right after this. We have been very busy, as those of you who have been watching what's coming out of the commission over the last couple of months have seen. Last month in particular was very, very busy. Last Thursday, we released 3 items to implement the new 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act. And I just wanted to briefly tell you about them. You probably, most of the people here probably know about them, but just in case you don't. The first of these items was the Advanced Communication Services Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. All 3 were notices of proposed rulemaking. And this one seeks comment on how to implement the section of the Act that requires that people with disabilities have access to advanced communication services and the equipment used with those services, including electronic messaging, video communications, which would, basically all of these would include things like instant messaging, email, etc., areas that the Commission has never really been involved in before. We also ask about how these types of services can be made, and VoIP services as well, interconnected and non-interconnected services. We ask how service providers and manufacturers can make their products and services compatible with equipment that is like assistive technology, specialized equipment that's used by people with disabilities where they can't make them accessible. Some of you know that the Act creates a new standard for assessing compliance with this section. It's a standard that's a little different than the standard that was used under Section 255. 255 required telecommunication services to be accessible to people with disabilities, and said that you had to do so if it was readily achievable, meaning easily accomplishable without much difficulty or expense. We now have an achievable standard, if it's achievable, and we have to figure out what that standard is. So the notice asks for feedback on that. We also ask for feedback on how to improve our enforcement and record keeping of basically how to implement record-keeping obligations that are contained in this Act that had not been part of 255. There are obligations for covered entities to keep records of how they're achieving compliance with the Act. We also have new procedures. We will be developing new procedures for filing complaints. There are new deadlines for responding to complaints that we have to keep to. And the third item that this, there's a lot more in this particular item, but one of the other major items is asking for preliminary feedback on how to make mobile phone internet browsers accessible to people who are blind or visually impaired. And that particular obligation does not go into effect for another 3 years, but we know how fast 3 years comes and goes, and want to get ahead of, get a feel for what needs to be done so that manufacturers can start building it in now. So that's the first item, and there will be some overlap, I think, in that item with some of the work that you're doing, because it affects communication services, and that's exactly what you're working on. So you should all be aware that this notice is out. Think that it's going into the Federal Register, the electronic version of the Federal Register today, so you can see that it's there, and then it will be in the paper version, I think, next week. I believe the comment date, it's an interesting question. I've never thought about this. I guess it's 30 days. I guess it starts from it's usually from publication in the Federal Register, and I guess it would be the electronic version. Interesting question. Or is it the print version? I think it's Monday. Okay. I just learned yesterday that there were 2 different dates for the electronic and print version, so this is new to me, and I guess maybe it's the print publication. So it'll be 30 days from that, and then I think after that, is it 15 days? Or maybe another 30 days. We may have given an extra, it's such a complicated issue that we may have given a full 30 and 30, but the Federal Register notice will have that in it. We really encourage all of you to provide your feedback and comment, and if you can, as it relates to what you're doing here as well, because as we say, we think that there will be overlap. If you can't access the equipment and services needed for everyday communication, then you certainly can for emergency purposes. So the second and third items are a little bit more unrelated to what you're doing, but I thought I'd let you know about them. The second one is a notice that asks for comment on reinstating our video description rules. And for those of you who are not familiar with it, video description is the insertion of audio narrated descriptions into a television program's key visual elements into the natural pauses in the program's dialogue. So what does that mean? Let's say Cheryl and I were acting out a scene from a murder mystery, and we're talking to each other, and then Cheryl takes an axe and gets ready to kill me, but there's no talking because I haven't been responding to her emails, and she's just had it. And so there's no talking at that point because there's no reason to talk. I'm about to get killed. And the video description would describe what's going on because the blind person can't hear what's going on. So there's a pause in the natural dialogue, and the video description says she is coming after me with an axe, and I'm running for my life. So we issued rules on. We have a question on that. I can't imagine, but go ahead.
This is Paul Michaelis with Avaya. This is Paul Michaelis with Avaya. Do those video description rules apply to video teleconferencing services?
No, they do not. They only apply to television programming, and even that is very limited. These rules, as I mentioned, are a restoration of rules that the Commission actually adopted in the year 2000. They were adopted after the 1996 amendments to the Communications Act, but they were overturned by a court in 2002 for lack of authority to promulgate the rules. So this basically gives the FCC authority to reinstate rules that require that large market broadcast affiliates of the top 4 national networks and large multi-channel video programming distributors provide video description. It's, I think, the top 5 markets. And then it applies only to 50 hours per quarter of primetime or children's programming. It also, and that's providing the same amount on each of the 5 most popular non-broadcast networks. And then there's also a pass-through requirement so that all network-affiliated broadcasters and all multi-channel video programming distributors must also pass through any video description that's included in the network or broadcast programming they carry, but it's only a television requirement. Then the third item, Al Sonnenstrom, did you have a question?
Hello? Is it on? Yes, this is Al speaking. I wondered if video description is going to include individuals that are deaf and blind. Will there be a Braille output for the video description, or is it limited to just hearing blind individuals with audio?
You raise a really good question. That's probably a question for the other advisory committee, which is the Video Programming Accessibility Advisory Committee, which actually does require, it requires a form of accessible output for people who are blind. I do not know whether that particular committee has taken into consideration a Braille output, but it's something that that committee should probably look at and consider the extent to which the law requires that it be addressed. And even if the law doesn't require that it be addressed, that committee is still allowed to make recommendations for achieving that. So I think it's a really good question.
This is Al again. Does that committee have any deafblind individuals as members?
I do not believe it does, but I will tell you that we are very much involved with the deafblind community at the commission this year, more so than ever before. And if a person who is deafblind or a representative would like to participate in that committee's activities, I don't think it would be a problem. I don't think that they would be able to be on the committee at this point. No one applied to be on the committee, but they could still provide input to the committee. So if you would want to be the liaison with somebody from the deafblind community to bring them in and have their views heard, I don't think that would be a problem. Okay, let me move on because I know you have a lot to cover today.
Thank you.
The last item that we introduced, or that we adopted, or that the commission adopted last week, was a requirement, has to do with a requirement for all voice over internet protocol providers, communication providers, to contribute to the Interstate Telecommunications Relay Service Fund, a fund that supports telecommunication relay services. And there's just some questions affiliated with that. So those are the three items that were adopted last week. Next month we are trying to have another few items on the agenda. That's why I cannot stay, unfortunately. But again, you're in good hands. I don't know whether they'll be on the agenda items, whether they'll be at the actual meeting. These were not at the actual meeting, as you know. They were just adopted. But we do have a statutory obligation to adopt our rules, creating a program for the distribution of specialized customer premises equipment for people who are deafblind. So that is by statute, that must be done by early April. So look for that, and there may be some other things that we're also working on. There's a lot that we're working on that, just stay tuned. I encourage all of you, I think I may have mentioned this in the past, but if I didn't, I want to make sure I do. We have a service called Access Info, ACCESSINFO. We really want people to subscribe to it. We don't bombard email boxes. We just send you out very simple, easy to understand, plain English blurbs about what we're doing. So, for example, these three items went out on Access Info, and it's just an easy way to keep up with what we're doing. Are there any other questions? All right, then I'm going to pass you back to Cheryl, and I hope to see you a little later.
Thank you, Karen. I will send a link out to EAAC members on how to access the Access Info listserv so that you can get on that list if you're not already on it. And also, if you'd like, I could send you copies of the three items. Just give me some feedback at lunch whether or not you care or if that would be helpful. All right, should we turn to Brian? Brian? Yes.
Good morning. This is Brian Daly of AT&T.
This is Donna Platt speaking. I don't know if you saw my name on the. Hold on, just 1 second. On the I tried to waive it or something, but anyhow, I have a question for Karen. Is she still there?
Yes, just a moment. She's coming back to the microphone.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Karen.
Yes, who's
is Donna Platt here.
Okay. Hi, Donna.
I just want to clarify something. I'm not sure if it's related to the Videocom programming.
Video description, you mean?
Yes, the video description, yes. You were talking about applying, it only applies to television, but what about the internet video on the internet?
This particular set of rules only applies to television. Congress did not agree to adopt a law covering the internet or applying this particular access feature to the internet. So we're bound by what Congress has told us to do.
Okay,
Okay.
I understand. Thank you very much for clarifying that for me.
No
I
problem.
really appreciate it.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, Brian.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, this is Brian Daly of AT&T, and thank you for the agenda time this morning to allow me to talk about non-voice emergency services initiative that's currently ongoing within the standards. Do we have the slides? Yeah, next slide, please. Some of the key takeaways from today. First, why do we need Novus at all? I think as we look at what texting applications and non-voice communication applications are available today on wireless devices, these are really best effort services and weren't designed for critical life-saving emergencies. Novus is an opportunity to start a standards process and a development process for a service really designed for emergency use. When we look at deployment of next generation 911, we really need to look at the whole end-to-end system, both from the devices, the telecommunications networks, the emergency services IP network, as well as the next generation public safety answering point. Novus is a big piece of that, looking at devices and telecommunications network, and there is ongoing work interfacing into the public safety ESI net as well. We believe, as AT&T, that Novus is the most promising replacement for TTY in the next generation systems, and that Novus will provide next generation emergency services. And one thing to realize that this is an ongoing standards development that's targeted to be complete in the second half of 2012, and then following that there will be a development process that needs to incorporate the standards into devices and networks. So it's not something that's imminent and will be here tomorrow, but it's something that's being developed for the next generation systems. Next slide, please. So what is Novus? Novus stands for Non-Voice Emergency Services, and in NENA there is a similar activity that recently completed requirements called Non-Voice Centric Emergency Services, or NVC. Novus uses trusted applications that provides the emergency services with media other than or in addition to voice, and it supports communications between end users and emergency authorities, and supports all users, no matter whether they are individuals with special needs or the general public. And finally, it focuses on the next generation technology. We're looking at developing this as part of the long-term evolution standards for wireless, as part of the next generation 911 systems, and it doesn't use legacy messaging services such as short messaging service for emergency applications. Next slide, please. And as mentioned, today's SMS and MMS services are really best effort services not designed for emergency applications, and there is a 4G America's paper reference on the slide deck which points out and highlights those limitations. So really that's why we're looking at starting from scratch and developing a service that really has the needs and capabilities for emergency services in mind. We understand texting is very popular, and for some may be the primary method of communication, and using non-voice communications to contact emergency services is one of the key components that we're looking for in next generation 911. And using the underlying technology, shifting away from legacy SMS to IP enabled messaging really is the focus behind Novus. Public safety community desires multimedia emergency services support, which have the same general characteristics as emergency voice calls. So we would like to have the ability to route calls, provide location, and all the other characteristics you would get with a voice call to be part of the requirements for non-voice emergency services. And there is a desire for the solutions to be available generally to everyone, so that these are a service that would support special cases of when you can't do a voice 911 call, including hiding in the closet or hiding in the trunk of a car, as some examples have given in the past. Next slide. Some of the capabilities of Novus is it does use real-time conversational text and other multimedia, including pictures, video clips, and the conversational text messages, again, are from the citizens to emergency services, and again, not SMS. The question will come up about real-time text, or RTT. Certainly, this is one option that is being looked at under Novus, but more standards work may be needed to provide basic 911 functionality for real-time text to be a component of Novus, and those additional standards need to look at routing of the real-time text media stream to 911, as well as providing location. Instant messaging type conversations are also considered for Novus, as well as multimedia transfer of data or pictures, video, either during or after other communications with emergency services. And then finally, a real-time video communication session. Next slide. As part of the requirements, one of the keys is it must have high reliability and built to mission critical standards. And again, looking at the applications that are available to support non-voice communications today, this is one of the keys of why Novus is being worked, to make sure it's built to emergency service reliability and the standards to support those services. We need to be able to route the media to the appropriate emergency authorities, such as a public safety answering point. We need to support location similar to emergency voice communications, and that's location determination of the end device, as well as the ability to obtain location updates. We need to support additional media in two-way voice in a two-way voice communications call between users and emergency authorities. For example, if you establish a voice call and then need to send other media types, such as a picture, two-way video, one or two-way video, or text during that voice call, Novus will provide that capability. And finally, support emergency services without requiring a two-way voice communications. Again, the Novus will have the capability of bringing up various media streams as needed. And then finally, must support security in devices, telecommunications networks, and emergency services networks to prevent, again, spoofing and denial of service attacks, as well as malicious use. Next slide. Novus has significant impacts to the entire emergency services system. Many systems in the network must eventually change to support non-voice, and this starts with the end user devices to the telecommunications networks, up into the emergency services IP network, and finally at the public safety answering point itself. The enhancements will come after standards are complete. And those must be accounted for in every piece of the network. The end user devices, today's devices will still work. They'll still be able to call 911 and get 911 services that are available today. However, new devices may be required to support new additional Novus services. And finally, new end-to-end relationships to support new Novus services must be established. This being between the end user, the telecommunications service providers, and the public safety community. And then finally, can't say enough about training. This is going to be a paradigm shift in how consumers can contact emergency services, so the public, PSAP call takers, network operators, everyone in the stream will require training. And then finally, the next steps. NINA, again, has completed a technical information document on use cases and suggested requirements. 3GPP recently completed a study on non-voice emergency services. For those that don't know, 3GPP is the International Standards Organization looking at long-term evolution standards. 3GPP is also currently updating specifications to support Novus requirements, and this is targeted for what's known as their Release 11 in September of 2012 is the target date for completion of that release. The Alliance for Telecommunication Industries Solutions, or ADIS, is currently developing the interface between the telecommunications network and the NG911 system, which supplements the NINA i3 architecture for IMS-based networks and includes the Novus requirements. And it would be very helpful to work with consumers to put together a checklist of the critical features for evaluating Novus. And I think some of the output from the survey from this group will help to make sure that we capture all the capabilities and needs of consumers within the Novus specifications. So in summary, 3GPP is busy developing Novus standards. ADIS is busy developing an interface to the i3 next generation 911 networks for IMS-based networks, and these are prerequisites for deployment of these additional media types. A successful transition to NG911 depends upon completion of the standards, getting the basic NG911 infrastructure in place before Novus is added. And that includes originating service providers and access networks, emergency services IP network, and the routing capabilities. There's many factors that will ultimately depend or factor into the deployment of Novus, including the public safety's ability to receive information of, containing different media types, and the ability of end-user devices and originating networks to support delivery of different media types to those NG911 networks. And ultimately, as we mentioned, we believe Novus is the most promising replacement for the current TTY technology, and it's important that we identify and discuss options that will ultimately be acceptable to consumers because of the real limits of technology and PSAP capabilities, and not spend effort on options that ultimately will be unacceptable. And we have had good luck working with consumers when we've had some form of guiding principles. Included in here is some acronyms and references, but that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
This is David. There's a question from Greg Vanderheiden. Greg?
Yeah, actually, two questions. One of them is this sounds like it's a what I would call a super standard, which is something which is going to incorporate many other underlying standards rather than being a fundamental communication or transport protocol. It's going to be sort of a standard package of protocols. Is that correct?
Yes, you can look at it that way. It will be incorporating everything from the texting technologies itself. For example, I mentioned RTT may be a capability incorporated in Novus, to how to define setting up different media streams, how to define routing, how to define location, and tying it all together. Exactly.
Right. And one of the things that we've always talked about is the way you call 911 needs to be the same way you talk every day. So it sounds like that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that basically you're talking about taking the technologies, a set of technologies that people use basically every day, so that a person who normally talks would just make a phone call to 911 in the future. But then they would have these other options available. A person who would call in via text, it would be something that they're going to grab their phone, they're going to call 911, and it would then come in, but it would come in as part of this larger package. The goal isn't to basically have that when somebody has an emergency, there's something different than they use every day that they would need to remember to use to get to 911. Is that correct?
If I understood correctly, yeah, that is correct, right? The goal is to provide a capability so that using the existing types of services that are available every day and used every day will be available in Novus, correct?
Thank you.
Just to go back to the queue, we have Henning has a question, and it's followed by Richard Ray. But Henning?
I have a few questions. So one of the issues I wonder about is as to whether the Novus architecture is tied to having the voice provider and the
Sorry, we
underlying-
can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Oh, then I need to...
Donna Platt's asking if you would please move closer to the microphone. We can't hear.
I wouldn't be, now I got microphone. I wouldn't be able to move closer without swallowing it. So the question I had was in the Novus architecture as to whether it is a requirement that the owner of a device subscribes to both the communication service, voice, video, text, whatever, and the underlying transport service, VIP service, cellular service from the same company, or whether those two would be independent. Is that one of the requirements?
From the Novus standards, that aspect really isn't described in standards. But I guess the easiest way to answer that is it's part of the 3GPP system. So the 3GPP network operator that owns the radio access, the core network, the IMS, would be providing all the services, and that would include integrating with the Novus services as well as the voice, yes.
Which means it makes it difficult for competing provider to offer that service.
I'm developing standards, but this is really the way it's an integrated system in 3GPP architecture.
The other question, which is a more technical one, and feel free to defer that, you believe it goes into too much detail, is IMS, and being a SIP-based call negotiation standard, already allows you to negotiate real-time text that works today, allows you to send instant messages that works today, allows you to send video that works today. So I wasn't able to tell from your description as to what you would see as the missing capabilities, or whether this would be anticipated to use a different set of signaling standards beyond what already exists in IMS or pure SIP-based systems that are commercially available today.
Yeah, this is not designing new protocols. It's using the underlying protocols that exist within the 3GPP network today. What it is doing is tying the loose ends together for specific functions needed for emergency services, such as the routing and location capabilities, which are defined within the standards for IMS voice, but now extending those into different media streams.
Have there been consideration to just add the geolocation header and be done with it?
I think that's part of the ongoing work.
I have Richard, then Norm, and then we'll back to Greg. So, Richard?
Yes, hello. First, good morning, and thank you for the presentation. It's great. I wanted to clarify on one thing. Now, my understanding is that i3 technology can handle the TTY and voice and text all. However, the attention is on the individuals, say with their voice devices, and for the deaf and visually impaired, say to have the low cost. Who can't afford, say, for instance, the high-speed internet. But now my understanding is that they also can still use the technology that, with the i3 technology, can handle the regular phone call. So we're not ignoring that group of people. Still going to be able to handle the TTY in the future and today, correct?
Yes, none of the capabilities that you have available today disappear when you come to IMS or Novus. Those capabilities will be supported.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, this is Norman speaking. I have 3 questions. My first question is, can Novus be used for everyday communication? Could it act in a way as an enhanced text communication, or is that going to be for 911 only? My second question, are there any standards in the vibrations Some apps have it and some do not. I wanted to make sure that the standards include a requirement so that there is a good standard for vibrations. And that's important for getting messages. My third question relates to, is there one, or when you talk about a computer, a home computer, or are you also talking about mobile devices as well? Are you talking about computers, or are we also talking about LTEs, computers at home or computers LTE in the office? Is it only for at home, or will it be accessible by other locations?
Yeah, let me take the third first. This standard applies to 3GPP mobile LTE networks. So it's specifically for those networks that provide access through LTE using the IP multimedia subsystem. The second question was regarding vibrations, I believe, and this is more towards the devices and requirements on devices. And I think this is good input. I think we may want to consider extending the standard to develop a mobile device behavior specification, which describes some of the capabilities of the devices, and I will take that input back to the standards community. And I didn't write the first question down, if you could repeat that.
My first question was related to multimedia communication. Would it also be used, could this be used for everyday communication, or will it be limited to 911? Because it would be important that deaf people, when they communicate every day, also would know how to access 911. So would this be a multimedia app?
This will provide the capabilities focusing on emergency services, but will use the underlying communication methods available, such as instant messaging, such as potentially real-time text, and other capabilities which can be used for non-emergency applications as well. Novus is really focusing on how to extend those applications into emergency services and providing the robust capabilities needed for emergency situations.
Then, if I may add a follow-up question, I think that we should broaden then the emergency access, not just on mobile devices, but also on computers, mobile computers, the iPad, for example, if has no telephone service, but it does have internet access. And there should be a standard for supporting the 3GPP as well as the regular internet service, to have both.
Yes, 3GPP is, again, focused on the LTE radio access, and if that capability exists in those devices and incorporate Novus, certainly it will be available. If it's a non-3GPP access, that wouldn't be accounted for necessarily under Novus, but could be extensions of other standards.
All right, just back to David. We have Greg, Mark, and Paul in the queue next. So Greg, then Mark, and then Paul.
Yeah, thank you. Couple questions. One, you said that this was the best replacement for TTY, but it sounds like, but it's specifically for emergency. And then you also said, potentially it would include real-time text, but TTY is real-time text. So I'm not sure why real-time text would be something that might potentially be included, but you're going to try to replace TTY with it. And also, this seemed to be much broader than that. The replacement for TTY needed to be something that was going to be available all the time, everywhere, and that worked with voice and things like this. But that what you were talking about is enhancements. The second question, which is related to that, so you can do these together, is I'm trying to figure out what's different than IMS. IMS already, of course, allows you to have voice and video and text, and you can bring them in during a call. And since IMS is kind of being looked at as the backbone, is what you're talking about really additional enhancements to IMS? And so if it is, then it sounds like one could proceed with basically IMS as a core mechanism for providing the multiple kinds of formats that we've been looking for in this call, and that Novus can then follow with a standard that embraces, because it's obviously going to embrace IMS, and then add some of this special coordination of special services that would happen on an emergency call. So those will be the three questions.
Let me address the second one first. Yeah, you're exactly right with regard to the IMS. When we look at LTE, the Evolved Packet Core, next generation networks, it's all packet-based, IMS-based. So yes, the underlying capabilities are there for different media services, different media streams. What Novus does is take those and define how the overall emergency service aspects will work, tying in together all the capabilities that you would have on a 911 voice call today and applying them to these different media streams. The current standards within 3GPP only define IMS-based emergency services really for voice, and this extends that into these other media streams. With regard to TTY replacement, looking at RTT as being an IP-based texting mechanism, that's a little bit different from TTY itself. Certainly, we believe that there's other capabilities such as instant messaging that should also be incorporated in Novus, and not just an RTT capability, and extend beyond that. TTY, when you look at it today in the circuit switch world, really is tones on the voice channel. This moves everything really toward the IP networks.
Thank you. That's correct, and I think everybody is looking for messaging to also be included in what we're looking at here. And then just a final one to tie into the last question, the last person asking questions. You said that this is being designed for LTE, et cetera, which is all packet-based. IMS works just fine over standard IP and from computers. So is there any reason why what is it that could be done over LTE that could not be done from any computer? And therefore, any computer could be used to support the same kinds of things. Is there something about LTE that you can do that you can't do from a computer?
Some of the basic capabilities like routing and location, really focusing in on the LTE networks at this point. Certainly, you're entirely correct that IMS can be used beyond LTE radio access networks, and certainly this Novus could apply to those networks as well, and that could be an extension of the service as we move beyond 3GPP Release 11, certainly.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning, Brian. Thank you. Good morning, Brian. Thank you for your comments and your presentation.
Your name, please?
Mark Fletcher of VIA. Sorry, Cheryl. I have three questions. The first is just a clarification.
Interject for just a moment. The interpreter's having a little bit of trouble hearing. Speak up a little bit louder.
Is this for 3PGG mobile networks only, or do you see this also including fixed devices? We've had several people mention computers, laptops, iPads, etc.
Okay, just going to stop at each one. When you look at 3GPP, obviously the IMS and the packet core is a converged packet core and can be used over multiple network types. Much of the focus, especially on the location and routing, is really focused on the mobility aspects at this point, but as stated, I think it could extend beyond that as we look into different access types, certainly.
Okay, that brings me to my second question, which is really the trust model. Now, you mentioned that this would apply to trusted apps. I'm assuming that that also includes trusted devices, and I hear this in the context of Next Generation 911 quite often, that there is a trust model in place, but what I don't hear is what that trust model actually is and who is going to administer it. And I find that disturbing because a model without an implementer is not much good.
I'll just have to share that concern with you. I don't think that's fully worked out yet, and some of that is actually beyond the 3GPP standards, obviously. So.
Thank you. And the final question is, how is location going to be handled? And again, there's the trust factor of that location. If it's going to get that from the enterprise network, do you see a token-based authentication method? So there's a lot of information flow that's got to happen here, and I don't think a lot of thought has been given around the trust model or the token model, to where if I'm in this room, I receive a location token from the FCC that's verifiable and says you're in this conference room, and that can be used for location. So I hear people talking about it, but I don't see anybody actually realistically implementing it.
Mm-hmm. When you look at location from 3GPP mobile devices, the standards, 3GPP standards, define the location capabilities, right? That's really where Novus is focused on at this point. I think extending that beyond to some of the token-based methods that you're discussing is really beyond the current focus within Novus.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have for now. I appreciate it.
I know we're going to run out of time for it, but we have Paul, and then Elliot, and then Donna.
This is Hal Straw. I've been also trying to.
I didn't know
David, Sonny, and I've had my hand raised too.
There's a big queue here, so I'm just, we might have to cut it, but let's try to move as fast as we can.
This is Paul Michaelis with Avaya. My microphone live? Okay. I was surprised by the apparent lower priority given to real-time text. I've always that it's not, as a substitute for TTY, that it's not being apparently given high priority in the discussions, and I was wondering why.
If I characterized it as that, I apologize. I didn't mean to. The RTT specifications are already in 3GPP specs. They're there. There are some gaps in defining how to use it for emergency services using an IMS, and that's what Novus is going to be looking at, is to see what gaps would exist, and if RTT was included as one of the media types, how to close those gaps for location and routing. But if I characterize it as lower priority, I didn't mean to if I unintentionally did that.
Elliot, and then Donna.
Actually, it's working now. Hello? Oh, good. This is Elliot Greenwald, Disability Rights Office at FCC. Just in follow-up to Paul's question, would the standards for real-time text be able to be developed by the 2012 timetable?
Yeah, the standards already do exist to define real-time text for IMS-based networks. They're already in there. The gaps are going to be looked at as part of the Novus work to incorporate RTT for use in emergencies, IMS-based emergency services. Yes.
Donna.
Yes, hi, this is Donna Platt. I want to refer to Norman's comments related to the vibrations, the vibrating on equipment. So anyhow, I want to make a comment about the GA, the Georgia Technical School, the Georgia Technical Institute. They have already tested with hearing deaf and deafblind for sounds and vibrations, and they have done tests for emergency situations and emergency alerts, meaning they set up some kind of a system that will inform people that this really is an emergency and it should not be ignored. Like we do every day when you receive a call. We can ignore a call if we want to, and you just think, oh, I'm going to answer it later. But they have a system where they can advise us that this is an emergency and requires immediate attention. And that seems that it's something to consider that perhaps you could get from the Georgia Technology Institute. The idea, the concept, and add it to the devices for local, or can we set up some kind of a system, or can that be included for emergency alerts for the signals, for the signaling system? Because I did hear him talking about vibrations before, and I'm wondering if that's something that could be considered.
Yes, thank you, Donna. We did make use of that for the commercial mobile alert system, and certainly I'll bring that back to the standards community for consideration for Novus as well.
All right. In the queue, I have Patrick, Henning, and then Al.
Thanks, Brian, for that presentation. You noted the limitations of SMS, and we're all certainly aware of those limitations. But was wondering if you have considered at all the use of SMS, at least as a temporary measure, until the NOVE standards are more fully developed.
I guess we're moving away from the Novus presentation. From an AT&T perspective, we do recognize the need for a short-term solution, and we look forward to working with Addis and the new incubator that's really going to be focusing in on trying to define what a good short-term solution is until we get to Novus. There are certain instances where SMS may play a role, such as over a silent voice call, which eliminates some of the issues of paging and things like that. However, I think we really need to look at all possibilities, including TTY emulation again, and see what's out there. But we understand there is a need before Novus.
But Novus won't be exploring that issue at all?
Novus is not exploring. It's really focused on next generation, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, just to follow up on some, this is Henning, just to follow up on some earlier questions. I think it might be helpful to distinguish really two pieces that have been discussed in one. Namely, one is the more the network and device side, such as with 3GPP devices, and the other one is the capabilities of NG 911 systems in general. Those are related, obviously, but not quite the same. So, for example, for enterprise systems or for over-the-top, as it's sometimes called, voice over IP, they would not necessarily have to use Novus to get text or other capabilities, because the interface standards being defined within NINA and the IETF for interfaces to the PSAP already allow the negotiation of media other than voice, and so they really wouldn't need the Novus capabilities to provide real-time text or message-based text for that matter. So it is the choice that 3GPP initially made in defining 911 services in a voice-centric way, because they were focused on the legacy environment at the time that requires Novus. It is not, we don't necessarily need Novus for the rest of the world, the PC-based world, the tablet-based world, the Skype type of world, to provide real-time text. So I think that relieves the burden a little bit on Novus having to kind of bear the burden of everything in order to make that happen. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, this is Brian. Yes, that's a fair statement. Yeah, Novus really is focusing on managed IP networks with an IP multimedia subsystem, and that could span multiple access types. But you're correct. There are other means and methods that are available. Right.
Yes, and so the other, just to follow on comment on the alert one, I think there was also a bit of a two issues that might best be separated. The alerting part, namely emergency alerts, which are directed from public authorities, your local emergency office or police department, to the user, that is subject to the VPAC Working Group 3, but that's really not the emergency call that we're talking about, namely the call from a user with disabilities or otherwise to the NG911. I think the alerting part is a very valuable input to alerts that are coming to the user as opposed to emergency calls placed by the user. So I think that would be helpful to make sure that we talk about both are important, but they're different systems that are not part of the same thing. So it's not directly addressed to you, but I think we want to make sure that we address the capability to the right kind of technology piece.
Yeah, that's correct. And within 3GPP, there's a whole public warning system,
Yes.
commercial mobile alert
And
system.
there's other public
aspect,
warning
and other public
efforts
warning
underway.
Right,
So-
exactly.
This is David. We have two more. We have Al, and then Rebecca, and then we're done.
I have 3 issues I'd like to bring up. This is Al.
Sorry, Brian.
The first being, well, the first is a comment, and then I have 2 questions. First, I'd like to clarify what a TTY is. We use different technologies. There's Bordeaux. That's a standalone TTY device that works with a telephone. That is a typical landline telephone. That's a different technology than other text-based systems. So I want to make sure that we have a common understanding that there are 2 different technologies to avoid unnecessary confusion in the future. And that technology is phasing out right now. It's used by people who depend on being replaced by technology that's dependent on video, and also cell phones with text-based systems. Okay, that's my first comment. The second question I had was whether or not the 3GPP will include street call boxes or some places on the road to pool, like call boxes. Yeah, so a street or a road call box where you would have a phone booth set up that is then tied into the 3GPP system. I know in California there are text-based call boxes, is what they call them, that are compatible possibly with 3GPP. So I don't know if this has been considered, and then also with including video as well. So will 3GPP include video as well?
Yes, from the perspective of the standards, whether there are call boxes available really is beyond the standard. If devices are built and local policy permits deployment of those and they meet the 3GPP standards, certainly the standards support them.
What about video? Will that be included as well, like video phones?
Video is one of the media streams that will be incorporated within Novus, in addition to text and other multimedia capabilities, such as be able to send photographs.
Okay. I think we're going to our last question from Rebecca.
Al, were you finished?
Yes, yes,
All right,
I am. Thank you.
Cheryl King here. I have a question.
Norman, if I may?
I have a question that's important. This is Norman. Video relay, will it be included? Because deaf people are starting to use cell phones to make video relay calls now. That technology is available now. So will the VRS industry be included in this discussion? Because, again, people don't know how, people at 911 don't know how to sign. So signing is quicker than texting, much quicker than texting. So should VRS industry people be involved in this discussion?
This is Brian. Again, 3GPP is focusing on technologies available. Certainly from the needs of the consumer perspectives, all this input is valuable to make sure the technology supports whatever capabilities will be required by the end users. Input from the video relay community would be very important to us to make sure nothing we're doing is in conflict with supporting that service. But at this point, I don't see any with the underlying technologies.
Okay, this is Cheryl King. I have a question that Rebecca Ledoux is forwarding. Could Novus applications be applied to speech generation devices for people with speech disabilities?
This is Brian. We haven't considered that, but that could be an application that could be a useful extension for consideration, and I'll bring that back to the standards community.
Okay, and if you have follow-up, it's Rebecca Ledoux, and she's on the EAAC.
Thank you, Rebecca. I will follow up with you.
Thank you.
Brian, thank you. There are no more questions. We're done with this section. Henning says that his next section won't take the 30 minutes. That's why we kind of went over a little bit on this discussion. So as we turn this over to Henning to go through some of the discussion of the EAA survey, I've already had one question, Henning, that maybe you can include in your response, was dealing with whether you've had comments and suggestions inputted to you and how you've resolved them, or how you will address those.
Okay. This is this is Henning. The rest of us couldn't see that. I couldn't help but silently laugh when you made that question. To call this receiving input would be like saying, "Did it rain yesterday?" And so yes, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody and to really provided extremely extensive input. I was really impressed by the level of effort and care that went into the feedback provided. The feedback ranged really from grammar suggestions all the way to really restructuring type of suggestions in that. And I don't think I counted how many it were, but I think it was at least 20 or so feedback in all kinds of forms, some detailed, some individual items. So Cheryl made a heroic effort of combining all that input into one document that tried to identify where multiple suggestions were addressing the same question or the same issue. And that helped to identify kind of the three classes of input that we received. The first one were the easy ones, namely the ones where there was only one suggestion and the suggestion was an obvious improvement over the previous state of affairs, and so I hope that all of those suggestions were accommodated. And I believe I sent Cheryl a list of the responses to every of the, I think it was, we're up to 86 suggestions total that in her list. So I would say roughly 60-ish, 50, 60, I didn't count of those, were of the flavor that obvious good idea, they should be incorporated by now into the version that was sent around and has been submitted for ASL taping, or has been taped largely at this point. Then there were a set of comments where multiple comments were received, but they were not immediately compatible. So there were a few questions that attracted a fair amount of comments, in particular the one on the self-classification or self-description of individuals. I think this is question 2 or something like that. That describes the various ways that users with disabilities would describe themselves. And so we went back and forth quite a bit, several times, of various ways to make it, to reach a compromise really between being sufficiently descriptive so that we have a statistically valid way of measuring responses and ensuring broad coverage, but also, just as importantly, to make sure that the respondents would not get confused or frustrated with the survey because they would not see themselves represented there. I think we were able to come up with a solution that is much simpler than the one we started out with. It's now a single question with a set of about 8 or 9 check items. We dropped a few of the details that seemed less relevant, particularly mobility and dexterity impairments, and those are probably not the prime focus of our survey here. And that made it possible to have a single question that, while not perfect, I'm sure will hopefully be sufficient to group our responses into useful categories. And then we had also the other somewhat major change were changes to the internet access questions, which I think TIA provided very helpful input that greatly simplified the way and unified the way we would respond. We would ask people to respond to their internet connectivity question. Again, striking a balance between being very descriptive without having options that are probably more confusing than helpful. So I would say that almost we were able to accommodate almost all comments that were submitted in one form or another, maybe not exactly in the suggested form, but in hopefully something which meets the spirit of the suggestion. And we are now at the stage where the survey has gone to a volunteer and a videographer to do the taping, and hopefully by Monday or so we will receive back with 30+ video snippets that we can then integrate into the survey. We have also had a staff person here at the commission whose native language or has fluency in Spanish. And she just completed the translation late last night into Spanish and will be incorporated as well. So that I will send around a link to that just for people who have an interest in that version to do a quick double check on that as well. Hopefully on Monday we'll complete that. And so if anybody has any questions on the process or the current state of the survey, now would be a good time to ask them.
Sorry.
morning. This is Chris Littlewood. I just first wanted to say thank you, Henning. The comment that you made about the spirit of the suggestion, I think after reviewing again last night and this morning the survey, I felt that a lot of the things that we put in there did include everybody's comment or suggestion in one flavor or another. So I just wanted to say that and say thank you first. I'm really happy with how it's coming along. The question I had, I guess, is where we're going from here and the steps that still need to be taken and what the deadlines are. Have we started collecting data yet? Have we cut off any additional comments? If we have a burning question or comment that comes up, have we cut that off yet?
So to answer the two questions in turn, my rough timeline, and Cheryl might want to chime in here, is that on Monday we will take the videos that hopefully will have been completed by that time, the ASL video snippets, which will be hosted on Vimeo, so will be linked to the survey. And I will be working with our staff person here to incorporate the Spanish language version as well on hopefully Monday or the latest Tuesday to get that done so that we can announce the survey completed at CSUN, which is I think on Wednesday.
It's most of the week, but
most of it, yes. And so as you can tell by the timeline, we are very close to the finish line here. So in terms of comments, I would never say that comments are not welcome, but clearly different sets of comments are more helpful at this point than others. We have the issue that we face is clearly we want to make sure that the ESL version is a faithful representation of the spirit, not of the word, necessarily each word of the English or Spanish language written version. So we can make changes, gentle changes that clarify or improve the English language version at this point. But again, in order to minimize confusion, particularly to people who might look at both the ASL version and the written version, we would want to avoid anything where one seems to say one thing and the other one seems to say something slightly different, because then somebody could claim that our responses could be seen as dubious since we don't know exactly which one did they actually answer. So I would keep clearly, if there is a showstopper, if you find something that is, you see, this is just completely wrong, this is just going to lead us astray, better now than when people start answering. But otherwise, if it's a clarification, I would certainly be happy to hear it, but we would probably want to take into advisement as to the trade-off between avoiding duplicate work. The ESL taping was done or is being done by a volunteer at essentially an all-day type event. It's a lot of effort, so we really don't want to redo large parts of that, and we may not be able to. So at this point, you can tell where I'm going with this. At some point, we'll just have to say good enough, to be quite honest.
This is Cheryl King, and I want to say ditto. As far as I'm concerned, the survey is done. It's election day, and we're counting the results. Thank you. Because it has been vetted by so many for so long that I cannot possibly imagine that we have anything still in that survey that is, bad or wrong. So thank you.
This is David. We have one person in the queue, Donna, and then Al. Donna.
Yes, hi, this is Donna. And first of all, I did review last night the survey, and I noticed that there is definitely a huge improvement from, let's say, 2 weeks ago on the survey. There were several things, still that I am concerned about, I must say, because with deaf folks, deaf people need the capability to have abstract concepts. And there are some questions at times with abstract concepts being changed to concrete. And I think it's important that if something is abstract, that they can see in a concrete way. There needs to be that capability if possible. So I'm not saying that we need to take everything out and redo everything. That's not my point. But because deaf people can't hear and they have the final information there, it needs to be clear for them. It needs to be clarified, and one way is to make something abstract concrete. So,
Donna, excuse me. This is Cheryl. Richard Ray and Sherry Farina have been working diligently on the American Sign Language translation of the survey, and so if you could work with them, if there are still outstanding issues, then of course we want to address them. But again, we've got a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and I think that the survey is moving along, and the video taping is underway, if not finished. So if you have further concerns, please work with Richard and Sherry and let me know. All right? Thank you.
Joel has his hand up as well.
I can do that. That's fine. And I will take that up with them. Thank you.
Just respond.
Yes, Joel Zev. Can I just confirm that we have done some testing of this with real people, to low language, deaf, and all those others who may have that? Or are we just doing it from an academic perspective, going outward, but not really using it with people as a test so we know it can work?
Joel, this is Cheryl King. Yes, we have been testing it with various populations.
Great. Thank you.
Al?
Thank you. Yes, this is Al speaking. I just want to definitely compliment everybody on the work that's been done so far. It looks great. And I wonder, in terms of having it on an electronic survey, how we address individuals who do not have access to the internet. So that's one of my questions. And then I've already spoken with Cheryl, but it would be nice if we had some flyers that we could use to distribute. That way individuals could perhaps read it if they didn't have access to the internet.
This is Cheryl. Yes, thank you, Al, for that suggestion. And we did have the little clips that we saw at the last meeting in February, and that is the basis of the material that is going to be used at CSUN. But I understand that we need a more informative flyer for distribution, and I'll work with you, Al, and we'll have something together by close of business Monday.
Okay. And then in terms of a hard copy survey?
Henning?
So, this is Henning. We can, the survey material is public, but we will, so certainly it is possible for anybody to print it out and distribute it to people who may need it, so there's no copyright issues or anything else involved. I'm happy to make available, and we'll probably link to that from the webpage. It's a very good idea, a Word version and a PDF version for that use. I will add to that that it will require really, or let me restate that. The most useful way to deal with those populations who don't have internet access directly is if they have somebody who can work with them on entering the data into the survey. But the reason is practicality. We're just not staffed to have 200 pieces of paper that we would transcribe into the survey. If we get a few, we can deal with that, but if it gets 100, we just don't have a staff to transcode that.
This is Al. The reason I am bringing this up is, for example, the Maryland Deaf Senior Citizens Group. There's roughly 200, actually there's over 200 members in that group. And about 25% of them use cell phones as their internet access. So I can't imagine that they will be doing the survey via their pagers.
This is Cheryl. I'd be able to work with some organization like that, for instance, if they could, in using hard copies, collate the information and provide that to us in aggregate. I can see that that would be reasonable and possible for us to do. Al, does that seem like something that could be accomplished?
We'll have to talk. We'll talk about that offline.
Okay, thank you. Elliot?
And this is Norm. I also have a comment.
Okay. This is Elliot Greenwald. I was going to suggest that there are public libraries and other places where people can obtain internet access if they don't have their own computers at home.
This is David. Just going through the queue. We have Richard, Bruce, Paul, and then Norm. Just want to make sure people are recognized in the order they came through. So Richard, and then Bruce and Paul.
Okay, first, I just want to say thank you to Cheryl for all of the hard work. And I have to agree, there's a huge improvement in the last 2 weeks. It's so much better. And also, thank you to Sherry also. Your teamwork in working with me has just been positive. Really, really hard, and we're still working to get all of the, fine-tuning the language and the ASL and everything. Again, any feedback is welcome. And just, thank you so much. It's just been great. Thank you.
All right, Bruce? Wait, your mic's not on yet. Thank you. Okay, Bruce?
Testing. Okay. Bruce McFarland, Fairfax County. Just to ask for your point of clarification, I've got some organizations lined up for the survey. When you're ready to go final, are you going to go out with some kind of an announcement that we can forward to those organizations? This is the link and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you. That certainly will be done. But believe we have Paul and then Chris. Who's that?
Norm.
Oh, and then
Norm?
yes.
Thank you, sir. I'm about to die.
This is, am I on here? Okay. This is Paul Michaelis with Avaya. I'm very concerned about the absence of getting feedback from PSAP agents as we work toward designing a solution. My colleague here, Mark Fletcher, tells me that approximately 80% of the seats in PSAPs in the United States use Avaya equipment. We frequently survey our customers to get their feedback about what improvements they'd like to see in our next generation products. And with your consent and assistance, I think I'd like to pursue surveying our customers, the PSAP agents themselves, asking them to describe incidents anonymously in which they did not respond appropriately or quickly enough by virtue of a communication disability on the part of the caller. So if folks would like to go down that path to get feedback from the PSAP agents, please get a hold of me or of Mark Fletcher sitting next to me.
This is Cheryl. I think that's an excellent suggestion, and let's work together to see what we can get accomplished. Thank you.
Just let me add to that a little bit. The ongoing discussions that I think would be useful to get input on to work with Nina and APCO possibly on a broader survey on NG-related issues for PSAPs. And so, and those incorporate both the PSAP call takers, so to say the front line, if you like, as well as the more management side. So for example, questions that I'm curious about is, are there still any TTY calls being received? If so, how many? We don't really, as far as I know, we don't know that. And what I would like to suggest is that interested parties such as yourself, we would talk to Nina and see if we can get, because they would be ones who have a reach into that community, and they're not subject to things like the Paperwork Reduction Act, that if we do it at the FCC, that we have to contend with, so that they can help us to get that valuable feedback. So yes, this is very much, and I would like to see one survey as opposed to bombarding people with surveys that appear roughly at the same time, so coordination is particularly important.
This is Paul Michaelis again. We survey our customers frequently to get their feedback about our products. And I was anticipating just adding this as one of the questions that we'd send out in our regular surveys.
That to me, again, this seems, more data is good. We clearly, particularly if the data is, we know how, well, you have a very large customer base, obviously. So if you can integrate those questions, but it would again be helpful to coordinate so that if we ask for question, not so much the anecdotal type of questions, those are clearly, well, you don't expect statistical validity from those, but if we ask any type of statistical questions, again, I would encourage coordination. So if we ask the same question in different fora, that we get comparable results, so we can add up the results as opposed to having apples and pears getting back.
Okay, this is David. I think I have Norm, Chris, and Al in the queue.
And then lunch.
And then lunch. So Norm, Chris, and Al.
I have a comment about the survey. It's not related to the deaf constituency, but I'm a little bit confused about Vonage or VoIP services. My question is whether the phone devices or such devices calling 911, are they landline telephones? Is that does Vonage, is that applied there, or should it be traditional or VoIP indicated in parentheses so they know how to answer? Because I've got Vonage, and I'm not clear which one I would check. That would be one comment. But other than that, I think the survey looks good.
So, this is again Henning, a good suggestion would be, and I think those would be things that still we can incorporate, is, I suspect we'll see more of those along the way, is that we might add additional instructional text to a question that clarifies in those cases where the answer may be not quite clear in those cases. Here, just to answer your specific question, from a legal perspective, interconnected voice over IP providers, of which Vonage is one, they are treated more or less like landlines in terms of their 911 obligation. I say more or less, there's some differences that are probably not relevant here. And so the answer we would probably want in that case would be landline, because it functions equivalently and is treated by most users just like it's a landline, it's not mobile, and you really wouldn't be able to tell by looking at the thing whether it is Vonage behind it or Verizon or some other more traditional carrier. But that's a good suggestion to simply add a instructional comment at the top and indicating how these cases should be treated. And I think we can do that along the way because it doesn't change the number of questions or the answers or the responses.
This is Cheryl. Brendan, would you give us your input on that? Thank you.
Hello, this is Brendan Casper with Vonage. As far as, I think from the consumer, obviously the technology works differently, but as far as the consumer perspective, a service like Vonage is a lot different than Skype, since you are using a, from the consumer perspective, you're using your same standard, telephone that you would for a TDM service as well. So I think from, as far as what we're looking at, what the user is expecting, I think that having Vonage, that interconnected VoIP and landline, the experience should be similar for the consumer, so having them together in the survey seems okay.
I'm a little concerned because the location information is not the same.
Well, but it's definitely not the same. Obviously you submit for interconnected VoIP, you submit the location information, but as far as what the end user,
at the PSAP.
What?
The end user at the PSAP.
No, end user as the
customer.
consumer.
Okay.
And I thought that's what we were focused on here, is sort of the customer experience. So that's why I'm saying the sort of the customer experience, the picking up the phone is the same. So if you're looking to sort of identify, the ideal customer experience, I'm not sure that it's going to be hard for people to separate out, what I want for a Vonage service versus what I want for a TDM voice service, because, they're thinking of it as the same thing.
Okay.
We have Chris, L, and then lunch.
Also, Joel has his hand up, and Bernard.
They're using the same device.
Joel and Bernard.
Good morning, Chris Littlewood, St. Pete College, CPSI. I just wanted to kind of build on Bruce's comment about organizational dissemination of the survey, and just make sure that I'm assuming Cheryl or somebody is going to send us a finalized green light email that, okay, we're going to start collecting data for the survey so that we can do outreach to our target populations.
Yes.
Okay.
Al?
Al.
This is Al. And I want to mention, as a follow-up to Paul's comments, about including the emergency service people in the survey. And if you do that, I would strongly recommend that you include interpreters as well, who are currently involved in the 911 process through the relay service. And I would recommend that you be in touch with RID, the Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf, as they have a nice base membership of interpreters, and ask them to disseminate it. And that also include the PSAP people. So if you're going to include PSAP people, also include interpreters as well. Was that clear? You look a little bit baffled.
Well, this is Cheryl. In seeking input from those additional and different populations, we can do, but not directly related to this survey, because our charge is to conduct a national survey of people with disabilities and seniors in their calling for emergency services. The implementation of what our recommendations are could be very important to get feedback from those populations you're mentioning, Al, like the PSAP telecommunicators, the interpreters, etc. But I think that that's not our task right now.
That's what I meant. That if we were planning to include the PSAP operators, we should also include the interpreters.
All right, this is David. I apologize. I gather there's a couple hand raisings from Joel and Bernard. I'm not recognizing them online, but let's go through Joel and Bernard, and then absolutely we are done going to lunch. Joel?
Yes, I'll just be very brief. I know we're going to talk about target population subcommittee report after lunch, so some of this can wait. But while we're talking about that, there are two groups that I'm looking at that I'm trying to reach out to, and I have a meeting next week with a national group on deafblind. We suggested and discussed there's going to be a lot of people who are not going to be able to fill out this report on their own, and they will be done through an interview process. And Henning mentioned someone helped put them on the computer. Do we have anything in the survey report that indicates that the report was actually filled out by an alternative person other than the direct consumer?
No, we didn't. This is Cheryl. Joel, no, we have not included that question in the survey.
I don't mean that as a question, just as a reporting system. So we note that we have a huge population of people who are 46 years old now who are deaf, rubella population. Many of them cannot read this thing and do not have access to computers. But I still like to get their input because they will be 20 years from now benefiting from a 911 system, I hope.
Thank you. Bernard?
Yeah. My question was much along the same lines as to how we try to ensure a representative response, because I think that's what we're looking for.
Right. This is Cheryl again. Can we defer that discussion to the target populations this afternoon?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. That concludes the survey section. Now we're going to break for lunch. We're going to come back at 1:30 to get started here. Adjust to your local times, and I want to thank CTIA for the refreshments and lunch for today. So thank you, Matt. See y'all in 45 minutes. Okay, so I think we have had a pretty good morning. So everything's run just a little over here and there, but for the most part, thanks everyone for the time and participation. We're getting ready to move on to the time slot of 1:30, and this subject is on the Target Population Subcommittee report discussions. I think the first question I have is Brad Hodges on the line?
Good afternoon from Seattle. Yes, I am. It's good to be
Excellent, Brad. It'll make this section go a lot better having you on board, so thank you. I'm ready to turn it over to you right now to go ahead and get started.
Great. First of all, thank you, everybody. Can people hear me? I'm on a little bit of a tenuous phone connection, I fear, from the facility here in Seattle. Am I audible?
I can hear you. We hear you quite well in the room here, so
that's
we're doing good.
Thank you.
We can hear you fine.
Thank you so much. First of all, I just have to say, on a personal note, I'm sure all of us, our hearts just cry out for our colleagues in Japan this morning. We had a little bit of a tsunami advisory here in Seattle, which really put a point on the tremendous challenge they face and the devastation there. The Target Populations Committee would like everyone to spread the word about our survey. First of all, I want to thank everybody who's worked so hard on this survey, and I need to report on a bit of a technical point from an accessibility standpoint with a screen reader. For those users who are using screen readers, the survey looks very nice. It is easy to follow. It is logical with lots of useful headings and useful markup. that make the screen reader experience really a great streamlined one from the regular website. So if folks are using screen readers and have some concerns, my first advice would be to go give it a look. There are tables in some of the questions, but all of the screen readers can accommodate tables, and they can be a very efficient way to make your selections from lots of choices and move along and complete the survey quickly. I think the job for all of us now is to fire up our mail lists. Shamelessly, we need to send out the word to everybody we know. Now, I did receive the press release, and what I haven't been privy to is that the language that the Commission and all others think that we ought to share is that language that went out in the press release?
This is Cheryl. Brad, I'm not familiar with what press release to what you're referring.
I had received something, Cheryl, and I didn't get a chance to open it up, that I think said it was a press release.
Okay, that could have been the ADIS.
Oh, I do apologize.
Document. No, we haven't prepared those things yet for our survey, but we certainly will. So if we have suggestions or ideas, please email them to me.
Do we know when you're anticipating preparing that, Cheryl?
Not yesterday. Probably next Monday or Tuesday, because we're looking at a midweek launch. And Henning is shaking his head, so I'm on track.
Very good, very good. And a related item, speaking of next week, of course, is the CSUN conference, which some of us will be at. Those who are not going to be there are probably very tired of hearing about it. But we are following through on the earlier discussions, and we will have Braille handouts which talk about the survey and give people the URL that will be available to pick up and spread from the AFB booth and from the Nokia booth. And we have a number of folks from the FCC conducting various activities at CSUN, and of course letting folks know about that survey, and about the survey will be a priority for them as well.
Excuse me, Brad, this is Cheryl King again. Yes, the FCC folks are going to have a handout both in American English and Spanish, and you've covered the Braille, so there should be plenty of paper around.
So spread the word, right? So I think that's the short message after a complex and interesting process. Is when those releases hit, and this the correct releases now. This is we need to make sure and spread that word. It's okay if people read it 2, 3, 4, 9, 14 times. We need to, as my web department always tells me, we need to drive traffic to the website. Does anybody have particular questions or concerns?
This is Cheryl. There was some discussion this morning that hit upon target populations, and we asked if we could defer that question until this discussion. I can't recall. Norm, was it your question, or Al had some question about target populations? Okay, it'll circle back around. Go ahead, Brad. Joe.
Did Norm have something? This is Brad Hodges. Did Norm have something?
Someone suggested it might have been Joel or Bernard also.
This is Brad Hodges. Joel, are you with us?
Yeah, that was me, I think. This is Bernard.
Joel's here.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is Brad Hodges. Bernard, if you have a question or something.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to understand how we would ensure representation among the different disability groups, as well as age groups and things like that. I mean, we were just talking about internet access, but I guess there are other representation issues.
Yeah, this is Brad. Thank you very much, Bernard. That's a really important point. In this particular effort, I think it's important for us to place the survey inside the larger picture frame of this committee's activity. This committee is going to be using information from a variety of sources, from the expertise of those of us assembled here, from the survey, and from others with specific expertise, and possibly from other surveys and other larger data collection activities that have taken place in the past. And all of these things together will inform us so that we can inform the Commission. And so I think that we certainly want to reach out to as many diverse groups, as many constituencies and communities as we're aware of. But I believe that is the limit of what we can do in this particular case. We're not in a position to be using stratification or other more elaborate survey techniques. And I think it's also important then to realize that we're not at a disadvantage with that because we don't have to rely on the survey alone. Does that help place things in a little context, Bernard?
Yes.
This is Cheryl, if I can interrupt, to remind folks that we do have planned that COAT, the Coalition of Organizations for Assistive Technologies, has said yes to a request for them to send out emails and tweets to their member organizations and their mailing lists. I believe they have 7,000 names. And so that's one tool that we have that we know has a diverse population of people with disabilities and technology. We also have the Access Info that Karen mentioned this morning. That's our internal FCC disability listserv, and we will certainly be blasting out with that, and also asking the organizations of COAT and other affiliated groups to then distribute it, either the knowledge of the survey or some piece of paper announcing the survey. So we're anxious to reach out to everyone that we can, and if anyone has any specific ideas that we at the FCC or other members could facilitate, we just need to know about that, and we'll see what we can do to make it happen.
Great, Cheryl. Thank you. This is Brad. Thank you very much for that. I completely agree. This is a situation where we want to let everybody know in as many ways as there are for people to pick up on it what that was. And sitting here in Seattle this morning, my phone rang at 4:30. My partner called and said, "Hey, there's a tsunami on the way." I didn't appreciate the hour, but I appreciated the heads up, and it was fascinating to listen to the media here and the reports of people's reactions to it in Hawaii. And I think there's a lot to that experience which can guide and illuminate our deliberations in the weeks and months to come.
Joel Zev here.
Yeah, thank you,
Just
Joel.
before the break, I mentioned something, and I said I participated in the subcommittee. I have a meeting scheduled next week with a national association, national organization serving people who are deaf and blind. And the goal here is to try to get their staff nationally to try to identify people who would not normally get this survey and see if we can assist them in filling it out and getting it into the database. Also, as I mentioned before the break, there's a large population of people who are the Rebella kids of 64 and 65 who are now in their mid-40s. Many of them were misdiagnosed early on and reading levels very, very low. And we were talking in our subcommittee about finding ways of reaching out to this constituency, who will be the largest deaf group coming up in 20 years, who are seniors, but who do not have access, many of them do not have access to computers or have the reading skills necessary to benefit from this, or even either on the computer or in hard copy. But there are networks of independent living centers and others that have special offices that we were talking about trying to reach out. So we really get a cross-section of the entire population who may be served by this going forward, not just those who are successful or have good reading skills or really sort of made it in this world.
Thanks, Joel. And I know you're one of the folks who's really connected to those communities and intimately familiar with the the particular challenges and tools of reaching out to them, and I know you'll deliver that message as often as you can. We're appreciative of that. Anybody else?
Hey, Brad, this is David. I just had a...
Hello, David.
Hey, Brad. I just had a question on social media and some of the listservs. I know there's a lot of great listservs out there that could possibly be a place to promote it as well. I know we get a lot of information through them, and then I think social media now is just starting to grow too. So is that something else that's being considered?
Well, if you know of social, are you on those listservs yourself?
I am, yes, on
Good,
many
sir.
of them.
I expect to see Zumba up there contributing. I'll make a note of that now, David.
Message received, Brad.
All right, sir. Yes, yes, and you're absolutely right. Now, assuming those are GSM listservs, why, that's a good thing to do. Don't count on someone else doing it. Do it yourself. And yeah, it's absolutely right. The listservs are really practical. And for those of us who are at CSUN, a lot of the focused media, and I don't know about the deaf community because I'm not as connected, but in the blind community there's substantial coverage in podcasts and blogs and emails and such about the CSUN, and I'm sure wanting to get this topic in front of those reports so that can go out into the stream.
I have one, Joel Zev, I have one operational question.
Go.
We spoke about the survey this morning. We're talking about reaching out. When do we get a go to start our efforts in terms of the outreach and to have something available for people to interact with and begin doing this? Detailed question, but it's important.
Joel, this is Cheryl King. We are anticipating that next Wednesday we will be able to launch the survey, but we can't go to the bank with that, and so when we do it, the world will know when it's ready to launch. And of course, the EAC members will be the first of the world to know.
Yeah, the related question is that will we be getting it in a form that we can forward on to other, that could be used on a listserv, that could be used by people or printed out and data entered on someone else's behalf?
What I'm going to suggest is that the information that go out be sent in an email to EAAC members, and then also, Cheryl, if it's possible, as an attached document, so that if a person would wish to bring it into a word processor and manipulate it and repurpose it, it would be relatively easier in terms of formatting. And with
this is
either
Cheryl
of those
again.
techniques, you could take what you needed or distribute it in the method that works best for you.
Yes, Brad, this is Cheryl. We did touch on this briefly this morning, and Henny can elaborate. The ability to collate and analyze the hard copy survey is going to be a challenge, and so we really hope that we get a substantial response online. Henning, would you like to elaborate any further?
Just like you said, so in terms of the announcement, certainly the goal is to provide essentially 3 pieces of information. Namely, one is just an email message text that you can cut and paste into whatever other email messages you might send out. The second one, as you just noted, is a Word or similar type of document that you can add your letterhead to. And the third one will hopefully be the press release, which will be meant more for a more formal audience, if you like, that you wouldn't probably distribute, although obviously could, to the target populations themselves. So that's the current goal. We'll see. We don't have that much time to do it. But my assumption is that the text will follow relatively closely what's currently in the introduction to the survey, simply replacing some of the information to guide people there directly, and we'll provide a short URL that you can forward to people individually with your personalized text, as well as some kind of a paragraph of boilerplate text. So any, if you want to send to Cheryl or me some suggestion of a brief statement that we can incorporate, many hands make like work type of thing, so certainly appreciate that, but we'll have to pull something together, and that maybe also be somewhat evolving, because, for example, I would imagine that these type of things tend to be more effective or more targeted there to either individuals or groups or whatever. So the message you would send, for example, to a group of senior citizens might differ a little bit from a message you might want to send to the deafblind, just to take two somewhat different subpopulations.
Thank you, Henning. And I think, this is Brad, and I think that is where our expertise, each of us representing a constituency, knows best the particular sweet spots and the particular concerns and appeal that we might want to bring. The other thing I think we also want to make sure and include is that the message that the FCC is very much interested in providing the assistance, the accommodation, the strategies to help anyone who is interested complete the survey in a way that is useful to them and records accurately their responses, and those requests should be made directly to the FCC through the website with the URL that we're providing.
That's correct.
But Henning, this is Joel Zev. Again, a nuts and bolts question. If I have a hard copy of the document and send it to the case manager for the deaf of the New York Independent Living Center, and that person meets with 30 people who are deaf, adult deaf, and fills that out with them, and then he would be responsible for entering the data onto the computer. Is that how you plan to work it?
My preference, let me put it that way. My first preference would be that the person assisting others would directly enter it into the computer, either during the interview, if you like, or from a piece of paper. Really, that's obviously a local decision. Presumably, for any number of items, it's probably easier just to do it right at the computer. The second best choice would be to summarize the results, and I know this would be difficult without losing data, but at least put them in a spreadsheet format, and I can send a template for that as well to individuals. That would essentially correspond to our spreadsheet output. If that is easier in some cases, it would really probably only work for somewhat more technically adept individuals in that case. The third, and clearly the one where it would be helpful before agreeing to that to get some notion as to the total number, that if there's a limited number of paper copies that would be sent to us in some form, either scanned or by postal mail, we might be able to find some staff to do that. But I would say that is going to be in the tens, certainly not 50, and definitely not 100.
We really want folks to do the data entry via the website directly or on behalf of another person, and then we have it captured immediately for all of posterity.
I have a cue from Norman Williams.
Yes, thank you. I've got two comments. First, will there be two URLs? One for the regular person to fill out and one in ASL? I think possibly those two URLs should be separate. Second, and more importantly, my comment is the maximum of getting feedback from the deaf community. I would like to strongly suggest that there be a welcome video from preferably a deaf person from the FCC. Maybe Greg Leibach, welcoming them, saying, welcome to the survey, please help us in making access, providing access for you, something like that. I think a lot of deaf people would be more responsive. Is that possible? Just as a welcome to the beginning of the video, or like on the main web page.
Okay. Let me address the first question. I'll pass the second one to Cheryl. The current assumption was that we would embed the ASL videos into the survey itself so that everybody would see the video, first frame of a video, and if you find that video useful, you could watch it, because I suspect that there will be some individuals that will do some combination of reading and ASL videos. And so it's really not possible, feasible to, and probably not appropriate to create two videos, since the input will have to be by clicking and checking the options anyway. So yes, there will be embedded in the, think of it as just below the question there will be a link, a frame showing the video on the main survey, on the English language main survey.
Then what I mean though then is having text or text with the ASL. I don't mean ASL only, rather, no.
Yes, so there will be text and ASL in one. And Cheryl, did you want to address the welcome video?
Yes, this is Cheryl. In response to Norm's suggestion of a welcoming video, Richard and Sherry, are you on the bridge? Could I punt that question to you all and ask if it's something that we could accomplish by Wednesday?
This is Richard, and I am here. So far, what we've been doing is we have been signing signing on the product, for an introduction. And on the first study, there's the list, and then the closing comments, or after it's been there, then I like the idea of having it introduced in sign language for it temporarily, and then then they can study the questions and things like that. I'd see that happen if I could.
This is Brad. Unfortunately, I'm on a hard time deadline. Are there any other additional general topics that anyone wants to address in addition to these before I head off?
This is Cheryl. I don't see any responses or questions in the room, but I'd like to draw to the attention of the AV staff that we've lost captions.
Oh, now it's back.
It's back. Thank you.
Attention drawn.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you, Brad. I think we're ready to move off of the target populations, or certainly
Thank you all very
your
much.
participation. Thank you. Well, let me take that suggestion of the welcoming video offline, and I just know that what it needs to happen to get that done here at the FCC, and I'm just not confident that we can get it done in time to launch it, and I'm hesitant to delay the launch any longer. The introduction to the survey is signed, as well as the questions. So I'll
right.
I'll raise
so,
the issue.
This is Richard here, and after seeing everything that was included, the ASL, the signing of all the questions, the stand. Understand though, we're working on some of the parts that need to be redone. There are some parts that need to be done, but in general, the majority of it is signed. So I think we can talk offline about that, and get Greg in there to sign it, parts of it, and then, we'd be able to talk about that. But like I said, with time constraints and stuff, we can at least try. I think it's worth a try.
Oh, okay, this is Cheryl. Norm, could you work with Richard to prepare a script, and not very long, and I'll see what we can get done. Plus, any of you can make a YouTube video and put it up, and then associate it with the survey URL as you distribute it to your constituencies.
This is Norm.
This is Richard again.
To maximize
just
the
a moment,
collection-
Can we start on that? Can we get the ball rolling on that, please? Thank you.
Okay, Norm, did you have further?
Yes, this is Norm. To maximize the capability of the deaf community to collect from deaf members of the deaf community, I think you need to have people who are very familiar with the community and have people that can kind of fill out the survey for them. So when they see a deaf person on the video, they knew they're doing it for them. So I think if a person is well known like Greg, who we could start with, I think there and we would be able to gather better feedback and more feedback.
Thank you.
One more question. This is Richard.
Go ahead, Richard.
I was asking if Norm could start the ball for Greg to start the story.
Okay, this is Cheryl. I'm not volunteering anybody from the FCC until I talk with them. And so if we can look to preparing a short script, I will see what we can do about getting such a welcome video made. Okay.
I think, is there any other, there's no questions in the queue or the hands or any more questions in the room, so I think we're done with the section here on target populations. So the next section I have here is the review of section 106, and this is, I believe, your court there, Cheryl.
Right, this is Cheryl. Yes, thank you, and Henning is going to assist me with this discussion, but I want to draw our attention to the 7 recommendations that were in the statute. It's the next step after the survey, but I'm not going to wait until we have the survey done to begin organizing the process for us to address and develop these recommendations. You may have noticed that every time I sent the agenda this last week or so, I attached the 7 recommendations.
Come here. Send me out a broadcast.
I'm sorry?
Broadcast.
To the folks on the conference bridge, can you mute your phones, please? Thank you. So again, the 7 categories of recommendations, I want us to look at them and start owning them and processing what we need to do to develop these recommendations. How will we do it? What do we need to acquire that we may not have within the membership of the EAAC to develop the recommendations? It's our full expectation that the recommendations of the EAAC will inform the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau and the Disability Rights Office as we move forward in rulemaking proceedings for NG 911. So that's the highway that we're looking at. And so we have 7 vehicles. just popped in my brain here. We have 7 vehicles to go on that highway. And the 7 questions are attached to your agenda. And as I have looked over them, I carry them with me in my backpack on the MARC commuter train, and I pull it out every once in a while. Okay, does number 1 go with number 3, or does number 7, go with number 5? Are there groupings of these categories of recommendations that the groupings would help us move toward developing the recommendations. Several call out technical standards. One calls for procedures. One calls for deadlines, actions, protocols, and rules to update the Commission's proceedings. And so some of them are more like the others than others of them are. So I'd like to ask Henning if he's ready to jump in, because he's also independently done some of this processing in analyzing and looking at the recommendations and where we're going down this highway. Henning?
Okay. See if so just to emphasize a particular point that Cheryl made a few minutes ago, I would like to stress that now that Wednesday rolls around, we can't just all sit back and say, the survey is out, I've sent my email, and we can now just wait until the results roll in. We're never going to get done in time if we take that particular approach. So what I would like to do soonest is to start gathering really two pieces of information, to start planning two pieces. Namely, one is a general outline of a report that the committee plans to put together. Clearly, we're not going to be able to write a report by having 30 people send in a few paragraphs each. That's probably not a recipe for success. What we need then is, once we have divided the problem into more manageable pieces, is to also then start identifying subgroups within the committee who are willing to actually do the hard work of gathering facts, text, collecting text, editing it, so that it becomes most useful. The two steps I see in getting towards that are, before we get down to the who and when part, is identifying the rough outline of the overall report so that people can start thinking of where they might see their particular expertise being particularly applicable. And then identifying also some of the questions or issues that should be addressed, clearly following the 7 items that Chair laid out from the public law part, but also being somewhat maybe more organized around what we can actually do and whatever real technical and operational and structural questions that we would like the report to address to be most helpful in the ensuing proceedings. As Cheryl identified, I think the Commission will have to struggle with the issue that, and has struggled with in this space, that NG911 is not something where we, as an agency, or any other single body, can simply say, as of January 2012, thou shalt do these things, and if not, meet our friendly folks from the Enforcement Bureau. The 911 system, as we all know, and certainly I've come to appreciate much more over the years, is really a largely cooperative, to put it politely, collection of entities that start at the local level, go through the state level, have various federal entities, agencies, DOT, DOJ, FCC, and probably a few others that I'm forgetting involved, all of whom, some of whom have money, some of whom have some regulatory authority, and some have neither and have maybe more moral authority at best. So what I'd like to be clear is that we address particularly the issues that are most relevant to the FCC, although there's certainly no harm in clearly identifying issues that might be useful to other entities there. But sort of say the must-do part is the obligatory part is clearly the items that are addressing the 7 items in the law, as well as that are most useful to our future deliberation, identifying the pieces that are necessary. One of the items one of the struggles that I think we are dealing with here is because of a dispersed authority in that space, we will need to identify kind of the minimal set of things that are most useful and most likely to be actually workable, in the sense of something we can really do as opposed to we wish we could do. So, for example, and I don't think anybody would suggest this, is to suggest that the FCC find $1 billion to upgrade the communication infrastructure for PSAPs. While we would like to take that to Congress, it is not terribly likely that we'll be too successful in that, and we don't have that $1 billion lying around at this very moment, I can assure you. We don't have enough money for taxi fares, let alone $1 billion. So, the question that I would like to start on is namely first, and this is where I'll kind of get off my microphone here, is to see if we can identify a high-level set of sections, chapters of a report that might be a starting point. And then, both in terms of the time that we have today, but also on email discussion, because many of these things are probably best done by text as opposed to by just oral contribution, is to have a set of questions or issues that are concrete enough that we can actually assign them to a particular person, subgroup, for initial development. Cheryl and I briefly talked over lunch just to get the discussion started. One possibility in the very broadest of outlines would be to think of a report in having essentially 3 pieces. The first piece, which is an important one, particularly for audiences beyond the one on the committee, is to state the current state of affairs. What are the main deficiencies and issues that are currently faced by the system? We all know those, presumably, maybe some more in some areas than in others, but the world at large does not necessarily. They may not realize the things that are perfectly obvious to many of us. And having those spelled out makes it much easier for our future efforts in the Commission to leverage that motivation without having to state it ourselves, so to say, because we can point to authorities that are familiar with the subject matter as having investigated it in depth and stated with their background and experience. The second part would be to develop and analyze the survey results without any predetermined conclusion. It is, in that model, it would simply summarize the key observations, statistical data that has been gathered, of the kind of what were the subpopulations that responded, what were the age groups that responded, which questions were answered in what way, correlations between those factors, say some subpopulation responded in one way, others in a different way, but without necessarily drawing any conclusions. So they would simply have a way to summarize in a way that doesn't require people going through spreadsheets the key statistical insights that we were able to derive from the survey. And then the third part would be a issues and questions and recommendations part that builds obviously on the first 2 pieces, but would elaborate on those and would draw on the input from the survey, as well as the assembled expertise and experience of the committee members, as well as any other outside input that is valuable to the discussion. For the third part, we clearly would need to start organizing that, because it's probably going to be of non-trivial length, to address specific questions, maybe divided into further pieces, maybe by subpopulation, but maybe there are better ways to address these than just that. And that's where I think all of us need to work together to quickly identify those, because I don't think anybody wants a report that simply is a collection of true but not terribly well-connected pieces that restate the obvious. We've seen reports like that, I suspect all of us, and I don't think any of us wants to either read or write another one of those. We want to provide new information both to the Commission, I suspect, in the report, as well as to the world at large that might read the report beyond the immediate audience. So with that, if I would like to solicit feedback and comment, both on the structure as well as any other on the process as how we might get there. Cheryl, did you want to say anything more before
This is Cheryl. If we have your brains stimulated now by this charge, I'd like to think, as Henning was talking about the current section of this report, that could be a needs assessment. It could be, you know, an articulation of the status quo, those kinds of things. And the description of the survey responses. You know, we'll be looking at you know, the demographics, but we'll be looking at all different kinds of ways of cutting it and analyzing it. Is someone on the bridge have a question? No.
No.
Okay, thank you. So we'd like to open the floor for some discussion. Brian?
This is Brian Daly, AT&T. I think this is a good start, Henning, and one thing I might suggest in the current state of affairs, as I read through the Section 106C points of 1 through 7, we may even want to break that down further into a technology section, looking at technology, and that can, you know, then be further broken down into devices versus networks and so forth. And I think, you know, that would cover several of those points. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. I think that's I think in all cases, just to add to that, is that we will have to address, and this has come up earlier in the discussion, both the technology standards type of thing, as well as some of the operational and issue training, education type of issues that are kind of a more softer side, but clearly a very important part of that. Recognizing clearly that the FCC is not going to build a training program, it's not, but it has a role in consumer education in particular. A training program for PSABs, but it certainly has a consumer education obligation as well.
This is Greg. One of the other things I think that might be important is to keep in mind is the different industry sectors. Often, so in one respect, we might want to think about which the recommendations, et cetera, are addressed to which industry sectors. And the other one is that sometimes different industry sectors would find one approach versus another approach to be easier, or because maybe it shifts the burden over to a different sector. But we need to think about the sectors and think about coordination between them so that we can come up with something that works across.
Just a quick response. Definitely, one of the items that I would find very useful, particularly as we're evolving into an environment.
Who's speaking, please? I'm sorry. Who's speaking, please?
Oh, sorry. This is Henning. One of the items that I think has changed, and this came out in the earlier discussion based on Brian's presentation, is that it used to be the case that we could assume that all communication, top to bottom, would be done by the phone company or the local equivalent, and that's clearly no longer the case. People use all kinds of means of communication, some of which involve a phone company, some of which may involve enterprise networks, for example, where the traditional carrier may only play a much less visible role. And so I think, Greg, I'm taking that partially in that vein, that it would not just be, let's say, traditional cell phone devices, a service you would get from AT&T, say, but it would also involve enterprise or corporate or networks where you're on a Wi-Fi hotspot.
This is Greg. That's correct. One of the things we also need to think about is that it's entirely possible that the whole world could turn upside down in terms of communication, and that in 5 or 10 years, we won't have a thing that we think of as a phone. We will have something we think of as a communicator, and it will take a million different forms and allow us to communicate in many different forms. I think we'll see the IT and the telecom world converging in a way that adds new meaning to the word convergence. We're already seeing that most major companies are all trying to develop communication platforms, unified communication platforms, and so it's hard to wrap our heads around it, but we definitely need to if we're not to basically be creating solutions for the past and not what's going to actually be here.
This is David. Just to get back into the queue here, I have Mark Fletcher and then Greg Schumacher from Addis I have next, and then Bruce. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you. Henning, you've touched on enterprise. And I just want to note that with the enterprise, there is an exceptional amount of data that's available in the enterprise networks. And I ask that you take this into consideration as being a primary feeder of the beast, so to speak, and that would go towards the replacement of TTY devices within the enterprise, as well as building in that functionality and not making it optional, which many manufacturers are doing now because it's simple to implement.
So this is Henning. Just a follow-up question. When you say there's a lot of data available, you mean on usage, or are you talking about data which should be, no discussion, carry along for the call? Which of the two are you talking about?
This is Mark. I'm talking about user identity location data. Okay. So user may be on a fixed telephone, but due to the network intelligence that we have, we may know his assigned wireless device and be able to pinpoint that. And that goes towards correlating all the data that we do have, whether it's Active Directory, LDAP, just general device information about the network, and then ultimately establishing a reliability factor, saying that here's the data we have on an individual, here is a reliability factor on how relevant this is to a location. It's a method that's commonly used in the cellular environment today.
Okay, thank you.
Greg Schumacher?
Yeah, this is Greg Schumacher, Addis. Henning, one thing that, and if you could comment where you see it fitting, is it's worthwhile to have something in the report that addresses backward compatibility in terms of what existing technologies do we need to bring into this new environment and in what fashion. Because there's a lot of assumptions about existing people who are familiar with existing technologies. Will they bring those forward? Will they be used in this new environment? And things like that.
Okay. This is Henning again. I'll speak to that briefly in two slightly contradictory ways. I'll say first that clearly the charter of the committee, as I understand it based on the reading of the law, tends to be focused on the forward-looking part because it talks about IP-enabled networks and so on, as opposed to the traditional comma-based systems. However, clearly we won't get to where we want to go all in one at one time or next year, and so to the extent that it's helpful, having ways to describe how we can get from here to where we want to be clearly can be useful. I think it was also useful to think of it in those cases where I've been in enough transition type of things where there's a danger that if you spend so much effort on the transition, there are no resources left to get where you really want to go. You just kind of end up backpatching this. The number one system is a famous example for that in its own way. Phase 2 wireless for those of us who have been in that particular battle. And so I would encourage that, but to the extent that I would want to say that the focus clearly is by the law requirement is on IP-enabled networks, not on how to make the existing TTY make better, which I'm not saying that's what you're suggesting. So I'm not sure that's helpful, but as said, as much to the extent possible, and Brian mentioned that earlier in his answer on SMS, that in some cases it may well be useful to discuss whether there are things we can do on relatively shorter notice before we have a full deployment of an all-IP NG network that gives us some of the capabilities with reduced functionality and possibly reduced reliability as an alternative to the nothing option that we have right now.
This is Greg Schumacher from Addis again. Not in terms of, I wasn't thinking so much in terms of transition, but in terms of, in some cases, providing interoperability with existing or legacy mechanisms limits what is available to develop for the future. And so, at least I think we need to be cognizant of that and articulate it in the report.
To be, this is Henning, I think there we probably, and this is a longer discussion that we might want to have on the side, is I would hate that existing capabilities constrain what we can do in the future. I certainly wouldn't want to say that just because an existing technology can't do X, the future technology shouldn't also be able to do X, even though we can't do that immediately everywhere. So that's probably where our philosophies might differ a little bit, but that's probably beyond today's discussion. I think I'm guessing what kind of things you're talking about in terms of some of the transition architectures and so on, but I think we'll probably have that discussion in a different venue.
All right. Moving forward, I have Bruce, Matt, and then Joel. Bruce?
Bruce McFarland, Fairfax County. Am I hearing it? In looking over the 7 items here, it's very technical, which is beyond my capability. But anyway, I'd like to add in possibly another element or whatever, and that is consumer user-friendly. We're looking at this from a very technical standpoint, but let's not forget the consumers and or the people that are injured or people that need the help. And essentially what I'm saying here is a consumer user-friendly clause that the consumer does not have to take additional or extraordinary steps or action to use their common devices in order to access 911. To me, it's very similar to number 5, procedures to ensure that the network providers do not install features or functions that would increase the difficulty for consumers to achieve the 911. I think that's I think we need to remember the consumers on this. If we're going to come up with 7 items, we need to remember the users on this.
Mrs. Henning, again. I think this is one of the most, speaking personally, this is one of the most valuable inputs that this committee can provide. I don't think the FCC or anybody else or the law set this up as an alternative standards-making bodies. We got plenty of those, probably more than we need already. And so what is indeed exactly the kind of requirements, such as the one you alluded to, namely uniform usability, familiarity, and that. But while you would think of those as just these soft user interface requirements, they actually drive some of the standards. For example, just to pick up on something that you at least alluded to, if a conclusion is that the same device and communication interface should be used for familiarity reasons for both normal and emergency calls, that, and, or conversely, that the familiar software and interfaces should be able to be used for emergency calls as well, which is slightly different way of phrasing it, but it's just two slightly different things. That in itself may constrain what we can do in the underlying technology, because certain solutions would then at least make that more difficult to do. And that, I think, is extremely valuable input, because in the end, the protocols serve the user, not the other way around. We can do, these days, you can make protocols do a lot. It's making sure they do the right thing, and they have the right amount of flexibility so that we can evolve those, is where I think the input is helpful, so that particularly helpful. We want to make sure that we have kind of a set of test cases, that we don't just say, well, we've always done only these two things and that's good enough for anybody, but rather have a more expansive view that we say, we may not implement that immediately for any number of reasons, but we want to make sure that we don't run into the problem the existing 911 system has faced, namely whenever we wanted to add a significant new capability, it became a 10-year process and $1 billion item. That's exactly what we want to avoid. We have an opportunity to do that. We're not going to be having these type of opportunities every 5 years. So we can't predict the future, but we can make sure the future can happen without the $1 billion.
Matt Gross, CTIA. Is it on? Okay. So Henning, I just wanted to point out, well, to go to your last comment, I had a question about how you think this group should go about interpreting the terms technical and economic feasibility. Those seem to be the overarching themes of all 7 recommendations here, and wasn't sure if you all had thought about how forming or creating working groups should take those things into consideration.
I'll take a stab at that, but certainly this is where we need lots of additional input. There are 2 aspects. The technical one is, I think, relatively easier because I think we have expertise both locally and relatively close by that can identify whether something is technologically feasible within the constraint of the existing internet. So, for example, would it mean replacing the internet protocol? Well, that would probably be considered on the other side of feasible. The slightly more difficult part is what is feasible given existing standards decisions that have been made. So, for example, just to pick up on IMS, since it was mentioned several times earlier today, it would be helpful to then identify in which environments it is more feasible than in others, because I will suspect that in some environments are not as constrained. Say, if I write an application, as long as it runs on the internet and uses IP protocols, just about any information transfer is technically feasible. We can prove that, if you like, mathematically, if you like to. It doesn't mean that in IMS version 6, certain things are technically feasible. And that distinction, I think, is where the expertise, yours and others, will certainly be helpful to identify those trade-offs. Again, because this is not going to be, we're not going to have a flag day where we're going to raise the NG flag one day. We're going to have a transition, and some capabilities will take a little longer and may not be universally deployed immediately, but hopefully sooner, because we're now in a software-dominated as opposed to a hardware-dominated world. But identifying those trade-offs is exactly what we need. Now, on the economic side is exactly where industry expertise can be helpful. I know it is difficult. I'm struggling with a number of different proceedings that are well outside this particular realm. Identifying with reliability as to how much something is going to cost is a different issue, a difficult issue. Namely, just to identify one is I can make the point that NG911 is really cheap because all you need to upload some new software on your existing PC, if I want to make that point. I can also make the point that if I point to a different set of PSAPs that have a green screen terminal and a modem connection to the alley, well, you are going to talk about some relatively larger amount of money. And both are right in their own way, but not terribly helpful. We can all tell stories whichever way we like them. But what I think would be helpful is to have a little bit more data. And this is where I think where some of the discussion that we had earlier before lunch, namely if gathering input from additional stakeholders might be informing in that realm. So if you can help, if you or others can help with that, that certainly is one where data is useful. Now, the problem with economically feasible is really that that's a value judgment in the end. And the committee is not charged with necessarily making those type of value judgments in terms of, because if you think of economically feasible, depending on what value you attach to what you build, something may be expensive, but still a good deal. So you get value. But others may be seen as not cost effective. And I don't think that it's the charge of the committee to make that value judgment. It is the more helpful piece is to identify the trade-off. So for example, a useful input in general is to say, the cheap solution is to do this. It gets us only maybe 80% of the way there, but it's really cheap. And the complete solution, which does all the bells and whistles, all the features that you would have, would be really, really expensive because we have to change lots of expensive pieces of equipment that can't do that. And that would cost so much. And then somebody else, probably certainly above my pay grade, needs to decide whether the 80% solution is the right trade-off or whether we can afford the 99.5% solution or something in between. But the piece is not to say, oh, this is not economically feasible, it's too expensive. Let me tell you, we get far too many comments of that ilk, and this is my editorial comment. I'm hoping we can do better than that. But certainly informing us in that discussion is extremely valuable.
So this is Cheryl. If I could just input, there are several sections in the Communication and Video Accessibility Act of 2010 from which we get this Section 106C. That Communication and Accessibility Act addresses technical and economic feasibility in a number of places, and the Commission is addressing those in some rulemaking proceedings. I'm looking at new Section 715, 16, 17, and 18 of the 47 USC. Those are new sections that were added to the Communications Act of 1934 by that new law. And so that effort may inform us about these evaluations and the technical and economic feasibility. I think he had a follow-up. Matt?
Okay. Matt Gerst, CTI. Thank you. I think that's very helpful insight on that point. Just to go back, Henning, I just want to make sure that when you're talking about economic feasibility, you seem to be focused mainly on the cost to the PSAPs?
No.
No. So it's focused on the system as a whole, cost to consumers, industry, networks, all those things.
Yes, and it's clearly, with any economic feasibility, it's really the two pieces that matter, namely value that's generated as well as costs. And it may well be, and I think engine number one will be a good example, that some people will find it cheaper, but other people will have to pay more. So there will be some reallocation of costs and benefits as with any new technology. And we want to get as complete a picture of that as we possibly can. Again, because there may be trade-offs there that get us closer to the 80% mark at 20% of a cost. That's very useful to know.
Okay. One more thing. Matt Gross, CTI, sorry. Just wanted to also point out operationally for if there are working groups that are developed, if there's an opportunity to make sure that even people who aren't on those working groups have an opportunity to sort of see what's going on within those groups, the discussions that are occurring. I think it'd be helpful to know, because obviously we all have limited resources and are going to have to devote our energies to different working groups if they're developed, but it'd be helpful to have an idea of what's going on elsewhere. So
I think the general proceeding, and Cheryl can chime in here, is that I envision that each of the teams, design teams, or whatever you might want to call them, editorial teams, would essentially have kind of three facets, namely one or two editors that actually make sure text gets written and reads like a coherent text, a relatively small group of people who commit to actually providing text, and helping with detailed editing and so on, and an essentially open group of constructive participants that would be more in observational mode and would chime in as needed, but would not commit to anything necessarily except to be constructive and to provide feedback early as opposed to at the last minute.
So I have Joel and then Paul.
Yes, thank you very much. I was really happy to hear earlier that someone came up that we're not only talking the future of as telephone or cell phone, but there are other ways of communicating which are in place that we should have in place going forward. I looked, for example, 20 years ago, we had the medallions, I've fallen and I can't get up, that somebody would be provided with a sending device that would immediately call and get help for them without being able to use a telephone. I know at an agency I work for, we provided one of these to about 150 people that could not use the telephone. The only thing is it had to go through an intermediary service agency who then by hardwire, telephone, or wireless called 911 for them. But that kind of development is there that we could actually set up a future where the telephone wasn't based. People who could not use a telephone, could not use a TTY or other text device, could have something that could go directly to a 911 center and get help through a signal being sent out of their information. I'm really pleased we're looking forward to really futuring this a little bit and not just look at the current base to direct and focus our thinking.
This is Cheryl King, if I can interject. Bernard Aboba, are you still online? Bernard,
yes, I am.
Okay, good. I was referring back to your email the last couple of weeks about the number of organizations and services, the URLs like suicide hotline, et cetera. Could you speak to that email for us a minute? I think that folds into this discussion.
Sure. Well, the question was, I think, about specialized services and devices, and I was just trying to point out the number of those that seem to have come out. It seems to be a growing area. I'm sure people in the public safety space are very familiar with that. I know there's been a number of concerns about them because sometimes they're automated and can potentially create load on the PSAPs. But I just went looking through and having come across a number of markets that they serve, like the elderly, children, etc. Just thought I'd point out that there are quite a large number of those services that try to target specific populations, so that we shouldn't necessarily assume that all devices that would call 911 would be a conventional landline or a cellular phone. There can be these special services which sometimes come with their own devices. So I just wanted to give people a sense of the diversity that exists in that area.
Thank you.
This is Paul Michaelis with Avaya, speaking in reference to economic feasibility. Avaya is a manufacturer of equipment for PSAPs. We also have a large group of customers just in contact centers in general. With regard to economic feasibility, a consideration that we would have is whether our contact center customers, for example, who are not legally obligated to be 508 compliant, nevertheless might find a certain feature to be sufficiently desirable that they'd be willing to pay for it. A good example is that by far the largest proportion of queries I receive with regard to TTY support in contact centers is not from government agencies, it's from financial services organizations like Bank of America, for example. They are very eager to TTY enable their contact center agents because their TTY using customers are uncomfortable working through relay services because of potential issues of identity theft. And so with regard to support for TTY or real-time text in PSAPs, I've got a lot of customers who are not obligated to follow these requirements who want to do so because their customers are asking for it. That changes the equation for economic feasibility. If I've got a lot of customers willing to pay for it, suddenly it becomes economically feasible. If by contrast it is something that is only applicable to PSAPs and none of my other customers would want to pay for it, that makes it somewhat less feasible.
Just to comment on that very quickly, I think one of the goals, and you can see that in the NG number 1 NOI, is that
Who's speaking, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, this is Henning. One of these days I'll learn. That the NOI calls out the use of off-the-shelf technology to the extent possible, and other documents have done the same thing. And I think this would be an important consideration that the committee might also want to illustrate based on your expertise by anecdote or data, because that's all of us presumably want stuff to get deployed sooner rather than later, and with as little must do and as much want to do as possible, and so those type of things are extremely helpful.
This is Paul Michaelis again with Avaya. Again, the issue from my perspective is whether we have customers outside the PSAP and outside the government arena who are willing to pay us to do accessibility adjuncts. And again, T2I supporting contact centers is a great example of this. I'm getting a lot of queries, especially from financial services and healthcare organizations about that. So now if I have a bunch of customers willing to pay me for an adjunct, economic feasibility equation changes dramatically. If I don't have anybody outside the government and regulatory environment willing to pay me to build something, that impacts our willingness to build it.
Mark Fletcher with Avaya. Another financial impact that I would like to know if we're considering or when it would be considered is the penalties and remedies. People don't speed on the highway because of the appalling death toll. They don't speed because they can't afford a $135 speeding ticket. So as we see in many legislations, if there's no penalty, there's little enforcement or little reason to enforce. But if there is a penalty, then it becomes a financial incentive to enforce.
This is Cheryl King. Patrick Donovan, on the other end of this, because we're not responsible for penalties. The FCC eventually would have some role in regulating certain aspects of the NG 911 system, and that's why I referred back over to Patrick.
He referred it back to me. I'll give a suitably non-lawyerly statement.
But anyway, that's down the road. That's on the other side of the mountain, and that's not us right now.
So I would let me add, I'll give a sufficiently non-committal statement. The type of statement you made, namely that you believe, for example, that deployment would be accelerated if there was both incentives to cooperation and disincentives to non-cooperation, to put it very politely, I think that statement in itself, particularly if it's buttressed by experience, maybe outside the speeding category, in the technical realm, or would be helpful because it would allow the commission or other suitable entities that might be in this place, DOJ being one of them, to take that into consideration indeed when enforcement provisions are being discussed. As I don't have to tell you, we have very limited jurisdiction over local PSAPs. We have very limited jurisdiction over some other pieces, so that some of that may well be directed to other entities such as state PUCs that are in a more effective position to actually take appropriate action. But I'm sure the report that we produce will be read well outside the confines of this building, so I think it would be useful in that sense. Again, particularly if there are indications that such mechanisms have been effective in the past, or that the lack of such mechanism has prevented the effectiveness. Again, maybe I'm just a data-driven person, but I think many people, data helps. Opinions are cheap. You can get those on the news networks nightly. What we do need is the data to go along with that allows us to make these trade-offs on our side, and I'm sure this is true for other regulating entities as well. Was that sufficiently non?
No, that's excellent. Thank you, Henning, for that. And again, part of my point was I understand that this committee can't legislate. However, I do feel it's extremely important for this committee to provide the data to those that can legislate, so that they understand that not only is it not a technological impact, as everyone in this room I think will agree, but they should understand what the financial impact could or should be, so that when they do legislate, they do that with eyes wide open and with, as you said, valid data in front of them. So, great, thank you.
I think this is David. I don't think we have any more questions in the queue. Did anybody else have something here? All right, we're going to take, I show a break on here. I have 5 till, so let's take a break till 5 after. Or make it just a 10-minute quick break. At 5 after, we'll come. Good afternoon, everyone. 30 seconds are up. All right, that was a long 10-minute break, but we're back. Moving on to the next section of the agenda for today, we have sort of this analysis subcommittee review for the survey results, and it's going to be led by Henning on putting some of this together. So Henning, all yours.
Okay. This is Henning this time. I'm practicing. The next item that I would like to get started on, and I would definitely appreciate input on this, is as we start gathering data starting roughly next Wednesday, I think it is helpful already if we can think about how we want to analyze the data, so that we can start kind of considering what is the most useful pieces that we want to extract of the data. Let me just preface that by the survey tools, and including the one that we have, is very good at producing nice, colorful charts and graphs. The problem that it has inherently is that it tends to look at each question individually. So for each question, the survey tool will produce a pie chart which will indicate what fraction of the respondents check that box or the other box, but that's probably only of limited utility for some of the questions that we care about. So what I'd like to get to in the discussion now is as to what are the kinds of questions beyond just simply the first order statistics for individual questions, kind of the percentages and averages that you might derive, that we should start considering so that we can plan our data analysis effort and maybe look at the data early as data comes in to see if we can make that work in a useful way. So I don't have a preconceived notion yet as to how this should work. So if somebody has worked with larger scale survey efforts before and has particular recommendations, I would certainly be very appreciative of hearing those as part of a discussion. And so with that, that's really all I wanted to say initially. So let me just elaborate on one item. One question that I'm asking myself is, for example, in the survey we have about, I don't know, I forget the number, but 8 or 9 different classifications. We have age groups separate from that. So in theory, we probably have probably at least 100 different subgroups if you just take the core demographic information, age and disability. And so that's not terribly helpful to split the responses into 100 little buckets. So the question that I would be curious about based on experience or simpler utility as to how we should subdivide the respondent population into groups that are likely to be actually telling us something interesting as opposed to be just an average across all respondents. But any other hints and suggestions at this point, I'd appreciate them. Anybody?
I don't see anybody online here yet.
So let me ask to just make it slightly more concrete, since maybe that will trigger somebody's expertise here. Is there, and maybe Cheryl knows that already and I should just ask her, but is there a rough classification of larger groups that are useful beyond just taking every combination of age and every single disability that we would allow people to check off, so that we would have a population which are generally seen as having the same needs in terms of communication support or communication modalities, so that we would have maybe 4 or 5 groups as opposed to 20 different subgroups. Is anybody familiar with, has had anybody experience with those type of subdivisions?
This is Greg Vanderheiden.
Oh.
It strikes me, perhaps, that some major groups to be looking at that would communicate differently, and one of them would be speech plus. So people who use speech but they can't hear very well, and so they're going to need, something different. So they're going to be sort of one category. Another category would be people who are going to be primarily in text. And then visual communicators would be a third. So, I mean, just to sort of start off the thinking as to sort of 3 groups, if you're trying to figure out how to functionally categorize versus in terms of the modalities they may use, rather than trying to do it ideologically.
That's a helpful input, thank you. I think particularly because I suspect that in the text group we would find both users that as an input and output device use Braille input or output, but also may use that because they happen to be non-orally oriented. But the needs are relatively similar in that case. Any other comments? Just Paul.
Paul Michaelis from Avaya. As I mentioned at a previous meeting, what I see frequently in contact centers is asymmetrical communication. For example, somebody who is hard of hearing may wish to speak to the contact center agent and then have the contact center agent reply by text. So asymmetry in the communication, I think, needs to be considered.
Okay.
Brian.
Brian Daly. I think another way to look at it, and this is coming more from a technology focus end, is not really the demographics or age groups, but looking at it from commonality of functions, so that when we look at device and device specifications, network capabilities, what are common characteristics among the respondents that we can see, and come to more or less a common device behavior or device general guidelines for what devices should look like, general guidelines for what networks need to support. And I think that really is another layer deeper. It spans all demographic slices you may take.
Okay. Did you have I'm sorry, did you have an example in mind that might
go back to the vibrations that were mentioned earlier? For example, if there's a common need for a particular something on the device, that could be used as the basis for developing guidelines or recommendations for what devices look like. Because one of the things that's difficult is if you develop specialized devices, have this device has this functionality, another device has different functionality. It would be good, as Novus is trying to do, is to come up with a common set of devices that could be used by everyone, and come up with what the basic support needs to be.
Yeah, it's that you combine functionality as opposed to create specialized functionality.
Exactly.
That also addresses, I think, Paul's comment to some extent, because there's just so many different modalities and combinations. Okay, thank you.
We have a question from Gunnar. Gunnar?
Yes, Gunnar Hellström here. I wonder what we will gain by doing these groupings, and will we exclude some who are too few of a certain kind of communication desire, or what will we do with it?
So, I'm sorry, now it's on. Henning, again. I think one goal is probably, and I'm not sure that will be as helpful in that case, is to identify the subgroups and see to make sure that we reflect all the needs across those groups, but also maybe see a little bit, if necessary, a prioritization. Just to pick up on what Brian said, maybe there's a set of features, the 80% that I alluded to earlier, that can, or the 20% of the features that can hit a large set of needs, meet a large set of needs, and given that this will be somewhat of a gradual rollout process as opposed to kind of this flash cut, that we can identify, even though there's a range of features that we all want to support eventually, the ones which are particularly urgent because they would meet a large set of needs, and maybe we should focus on those as maybe not so much primarily in terms of technology development, but also in terms of requirements, because I think there are two pieces to this in terms of particularly regulatory side, is not just what are the standards and what we need to do from a technology and software development perspective, but what do we expect and require of different entities when. And it may well turn out that certain things get required earlier than other things in that. And so I'm looking at Brian here and see if that, he seems to be nodding at least, so maybe that's at least roughly in line with his thinking.
This is David. I had just a question dealing with, we went through today, we talked about the survey, and obviously we're launching it. And the second part, we talked about the target population.
This is Sherry here. Excuse me.
Go ahead, Sherry.
I'll come back to my question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just joined. And my apologies for being late. I was working on a project. And I'm wondering if you could just briefly let me know where you're at so I can follow a little bit better.
Sherry, this is David. We are on the area of the agenda dealing with the analysis subcommittee. It is really the last agenda item before we have some public comment and review of the action items. This is sort of looking at the, when the survey is complete, how are we going to start kind of correlating and putting together what we collect. Okay. So I had.
So this is Sherry again. Thank you, thank you, David. So the subcommittee, you're thinking of making more changes to the survey?
No. I'm sorry. This is Henning. Short answer: no. This is after we have the data. We will have a subgroup of interested parties who will work together to actually process the results into a shape and form that is most useful beyond the raw data. We will get hundreds, hopefully, of responses at least, and what we discussed before you were able to join us is we would probably want to present more than just simply a single bar graph for each question which shows how many people checked off each item, but to provide a little bit more insight, for example, as to how certain answers differ by age or disability, as just one fairly obvious example. And so what we're trying to identify at this moment is the how and what we would do as part of that. And clearly we'll also need to identify soon, maybe not here, as to who would be participating in that committee as well. Did that answer your question, Sherry?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
You had a question, David?
Maybe. Yeah, this is David. The question I had was just as we went through the agenda items today, we had come into the second one to target populations. Is it a plan to collect the information of the populations that we've reached out to? It seems that there's a lot of channels from Brad's communication to listservs, social media, variety of things, CSUN. Is that something we're going to collect, and will that, because it seems to be kind of important to say that we've really reached out as part of the report?
Yes. This is Henning. I think you're raising an extremely important point that I think we make sure that when we put that in is if you directly or indirectly, any member of a committee reaches out to a particular group, please keep track of that. Because we will want to make sure that it is clear at the end who we have contacted. It's probably not too bad if we contact somebody twice, but it is certainly much easier than to go through the list and see we either missed somebody, or after the survey is done, that if a outside party says, very nice survey, got 500 answers here, but did you actually reach out to that community? And we could say, yeah, we got so many responses, that's easy, but maybe we didn't get as many responses, and we can at least say, we tried. It wasn't for lack of trying, it was we were unsuccessful, so hopefully won't happen too often, unsuccessful in doing that, but at least it wasn't because we intentionally or unintentionally ignored a certain group. So yeah, I think it's extremely important, and we'll have to find a way to collect that information on an ongoing basis, that you maybe informally can just simply let us know, yes, I've just sent a note to this mailing list, or I've spoken to the director of that group, or I've posted a Twitter feed, or it appeared in the local newspaper or in my local newsletter. Let us know about that, we'll collect it.
This is Cheryl. You can send that information to me instead of everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There, I show no one right now on the raised hand. Does anyone in the room have a question? In case I'm not.
So, and I'll conclude, if you don't mind, for that section with I don't know, Cheryl, how you want to handle that. Should people just simply volunteer to be on the subcommittee by sending a note to you?
Sure.
Okay, so if you'd like to be on the analysis subcommittee, meaning would be a smaller team of people that would look at the data probably before it is completely collected, before we close the survey, and consider ways to process it. It would be particularly helpful if you're on the committee, if you're also willing to help with the data processing, meaning if you're somewhat handy with Excel, we need you.
Hi, this is Sherry again.
This is Cheryl King.
I'm not very good with Excel, but I'm wondering if, you know, I could help with, maybe, I can definitely be helpful in some area, because I feel like the deaf perspective would be good to have for some things. And what I'd really like to do is mention about the survey. I'm wondering, there might be people who aren't satisfied, you know, with whatever happens. And so I'm wondering if it would be possible to add a comment section at the end of the survey, and it might help to identify and address some of the concerns if there might be someone or something that we've overlooked on the survey.
This is Henning. At this point, I think we have to consider the survey closed, but we do have a feedback mechanism on the survey, the email address, and we can certainly encourage anybody to send additional comments. If you do another survey, you should really ask for this type of thing, or here's an additional piece of information that you might find useful. That we can accommodate on an individual basis. I don't think we actually have to correlate that to the survey itself. We would certainly take that in that, because in some cases I think it's useful not just to take it as one way, but we might actually want to engage in a dialogue with that person and maybe either explain why we did certain things that way, because we're clearly not trying to solve all problems here. We have a limited scope, limited obligation, limited time. And so in many of those cases, I think it's helpful to actually have a conversation as opposed to a one-way, since the survey is designed intentionally to be anonymous, but those type of feedback are often better dealt with interactively, because I think both sides are happier with it, in the sense that the person might better understand where we came from, and we might better understand where the concern or dissatisfaction of that person came from. Cheryl, does that make sense?
Yes, I concur.
Yes, it does.
This is Cheryl.
Yes, this is Sherry. And yes, thank you. That does address my issue.
This is Bernard Aboba, and I can help with Excel.
Bernard, you can help with Excel.
Oh, great.
Thank you for being the first volunteer. This is Henning.
This is Donna. Will we know how many people respond to surveys via video survey and also Spanish survey?
We will have two separate surveys, one in Spanish and one in English. And we will track on a real-time basis as to how many responses we have, and maybe we'll update people on a somewhat regular basis on that. We won't be able to tell as to, and we will be able to test, check also how many people have watched the videos, the ASL videos. That we'll be able to see. What we won't be able to tell is who used the video to answer the question versus who actually just simply read the text and then typed in the answer. That we won't be able to directly see, because the video is stored on a separate site called Vimeo than the survey tool, and we can't correlate the two in that. Does that answer your question?
This is Cheryl King. Donna, did that answer your question? Must have lost Donna.
We can say yes.
Donna here. Thanks. Got it.
This is Norm speaking. I have a question. I wonder if there's a process for weeding. For example, if someone completes the survey within 20 seconds or so,
if someone had completed the survey in a quick period of time, like through a web portal, or left a survey incomplete, what is the weeding process to remove those results from the end pool?
This is Henning again. So you're raising a very good question. I'm hoping that the analysis subcommittee will also eyeball the responses at least and see if there's anything that looks really funky, as in probably was done by a robot or otherwise looks like either a prank or some other bogus data. I don't know, the tool itself does not have a way to limit. You have to at least have worked on it for so long, tool as far as I know, but we have each individual data row. So we should probably look at those. The survey subcommittee should probably at least eyeball us and see somebody's trying to pull a leg here, or somebody's just checking every option, or some similar type of cases that you might have. It's not perfect, and we can only hope that the number of those cases is small. We have the ability, and this is going to be somewhat tricky, the tool has the ability to restrict a single computer from answering the survey only once, but I'm reluctant to turn that feature on because that would make it difficult for the case that we raised earlier, where somebody fills in the responses that he or she gathered on behalf of somebody all in one computer. They wouldn't be able to do that in that case, and so we probably can't turn that feature on. My hope is that since we're not giving away any prizes, that the incentive for people to do inappropriate things is somewhat limited, and we're not selecting the American Idol winner here either. So hopefully ballot stuffing won't be as big a problem, but maybe I'm just being naive here. And so the survey subcommittee definitely should eyeball at least the survey result and see if there's anything that sticks out. We will be able to see if a single computer answers the question more than once. So we should probably pay particular attention to those responses and make sure somebody didn't just submit the survey 10 times, the exact same survey 10 times.
okay, Norm again, and then what about an incomplete survey? You know, if there's only been one page that's been filled out and the rest not, is that included in the count, or is that dismissed?
Yeah, this is Henning again. That's a somewhat tricky question because I think there was rough consensus during the survey design phase that we would not require every question to be answered, because some people may indeed only last, so to say, through some of the survey questions. That input is still useful. Clearly, what we would want to look at is, are there surveys which are really incomplete in the sense that they only contain one or two questions, maybe age and other demographic information, and those would clearly not be terribly useful. We would discard those because those are really just inputs to the more substantive questions that we would have. So I think we will have to do that somewhat manually, since I don't think there's a way to automate that. But yes, that will require some judgment call, and I hope that if you are kind enough to volunteer for the subcommittee, that you can help us with that.
Brian Daly, just a quick question. Do we fix the end date for the survey period?
April 24th.
Thank you.
This is Al. comment as well?
It'll be Mark and then Al. Mark?
Okay.
Mark Fletcher with Avaya. Henning, one thing I might suggest is that we tally each individual question. So we can say, out of X number of respondents to this question, this was the result. That way, partial questions would still retain their relevance across the entire survey.
Yes, this is Henning. That was the intent. Certainly, as a baseline, we would tally each question individually, and to hopefully gain additional insight into different preferences for different subpopulations, we would then also presumably divide the respondents into suitable number of subgroups and then tally again to see if there is a distinctive difference between those subgroups. But we definitely want to do, and the first part is easy because the tool does that for us. It's the slicing and dicing which we'll have to do more or less manually.
This is Mark. Okay, great. That covers it. Thank you very much.
Al?
Yes, this is Al. And referring back to Sherry's question, Henning, you had mentioned that there's email addresses that are in the form, and that if there are any comments that they can send their comments to you. Is that correct?
I'll respond. The email address is the EAAC@fcc.gov, and it's located in the introduction to the survey.
So that's for comments that are made, that's where they're sent?
The interpreter could not hear the email. Could you repeat that, please? And who was talking?
Sorry, this is Cheryl King.
Thank you.
Yes, Cheryl King. The email address is EAAC@fcc.gov.
And this is Al speaking again. So is it possible then to have comments listed in brief for us to see as well?
Sure. It'll depend on how many we get and in what format, but I'll be sure and have some system for informing the committee about the extraneous comments.
Okay, that would be great, because that's important. Thank you so much. And this is Norm saying, and please not in that list to include any of the spam or spoof comments, because you'll probably get email from that kind of thing, so not to include that.
No.
No.
Never mind.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to get in trouble with our own enforcement bureau for using the 7 dirty words.
Are there any other questions or input here? I know this was new to a lot of everyone today, so there may be some additional questions you may have. Obviously, you have Henning's email address, Cheryl's email address, and so forth. So you can write or call on that. I think we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, and personally, I have no problem ever with that. So.
Well, it's time for public comment.
So there's time for right. So go ahead, Cheryl. Yes.
Yes.
This is Al turning to the room, asking, does anyone want to say anything? Harvey, did you want to say something? Harvey the rabbit.
And this is Cheryl King, reiterating to the audience. Is there anyone who would like to make a comment? Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right.
Richard Ray just wanted to ask a question. Richard?
Norm just commented,
Yes,
I'd like to get an iPad too.
I'm sorry, didn't hear Norm's.
I'd like to get an iPad too.
Richard?
Yes, just a quick comment. There's been several people that are related to the issue of unchecked checks. We have to be careful in making sure that they can uncheck the check. I think that's important that we can do that, because once it's checked, it's permanent. You can't uncheck it. And once you verify that, to make sure that it's the comments from that. There are comments from several people, just to let you know that. Hello, this is the interpreter.
Just speak.
This is, I'm on, thank you. This is Henning. Yeah, I got the comment, but unfortunately, it would be very, let me state it differently. It would be very helpful if you could actually identify the question, because there are 33 of them, I think, and I haven't experienced that problem, but maybe there is one, and so if you can please let me know what that is, what question that you're referring to specifically, then I can look into that. It is the case that in some cases, when you choose none of the above, that the other question parts get grayed out, disabled, so you have to first uncheck the none of the above and then check the other one, but maybe there's a different problem, so if you can simply send me a note identifying the precise problem, then
Sure.
I can look into that.
Sure. Please, I'd be willing to accept that comment too, yes.
You have something you want to say?
No, I was just going to move into the next steps. While we think about it for a moment, I will suggest that I have already had some requests and recommendations for the April meeting. One is that, and Bruce has already left, we've been invited to view the Fairfax County 911 Mothership PSAP on Thursday before our April meeting on Friday, and I think it's like April 9th because the first Friday is the 1st of April, I believe. So if we're looking at an April EAAC meeting on Friday, April 9th, then on Thursday, Bruce will put together a tour. Oh, April 8th? Thursday, right? Okay. Anyway, the Thursday before the April meeting, we will tour the Fairfax County, 911 Center, and so I will be looking for RSVPs within the next couple of weeks so that we can determine how we could handle the logistics for that 911 Center tour, whether or not I can take care of it from this building with one of the FCC vans, or whether we can just all go on our own. Jim, did you have a question? I don't know. Okay. Okay, afternoon would be easier. We'll look at that. So that's an opportunity that we have, and then we've had a request for a presentation about some 911 activities. There was a texting pilot in Black Hawk, Iowa. I knew it was one of those states that I'm not very familiar with. And Entrado, John Snap has offered to provide us with a report on that. And so if you have other issues that would be of interest to you, let me know. I'm thinking April 8th and 9th will be in the middle of our survey. 7th and 8th will be in the middle of our survey operations up and running, and it looks like we have an opportunity to focus April on 911 PSAPs. So be thinking about other opportunities for investigation, reports, anything else that you would like to know? Let me know, and then I'll see if I can construct some presentations on those areas. Again, focusing on access by people with disabilities. It goes to the Avaya suggestion earlier about querying the 911 centers, the PSAPs, about stories of people with disabilities calling and or attempting to call 911. That's something that we could probably get some NINA representation or APCO to come talk with us about that, and we could discuss the feasibility and the how it would fit into our work on the committee. Mark, did you have some further? Then what other next steps?
Mark Fletcher with Avaya. I just wanted to add that, as my colleague Paul had mentioned earlier, we do have a large presence in the PSAPs. Fairfax County is an Avaya center, so if we can assist in any way in that site tour, please let me know. And I'm more than happy to be the committee representative into NINA as well. I'm very active with that group, so anything you need me to do to enable that collaboration, I'm more than happy to.
Great, thank you.
And I'll reach out to my associates that deal with APCO as well.
Okay. I'm done.
You done?
Mm-hmm. Do we want to talk about schedules for the subcommittees, the analysis subcommittee? Do you want to look at maybe doing a teleconference mid next week, or? Yeah, they're all at CSUN, so maybe the next week.
Next week after that. Yeah.
Okay, Brian.
CTIA.
CTIA. Okay. Okay.
I think what I'd like to do, this is Henning again, is the two action items that I see we should pursue immediately is, and this really involves everyone, namely one is volunteer to be on the analysis subcommittee, and also start fleshing out items that should be in the report if we follow the three-part format that I outlined earlier, particularly the ones that should be in the last section, the recommendation-focused part. And if you can indicate your willingness to serve on one of the groups. My suspicion is that the analysis subcommittee will be responsible for drafting the middle section of the report, namely the analysis of the survey. But we need people who are interested and willing to help draft the state of affair now part. And we clearly also need people who are willing and interested to help draft specific recommendation both on consumer expectations, user-related issues, user-friendliness, as well as maybe operational issues as well. So if you can indicate your interest to work on one of those areas or possibly more, and also whether you would be, and you don't have to send that to the list, whether you would be interested to be an editor of a subsection. Typically, I said we would have at least two, or a writing member, or you would see yourself more in a reviewing role. Let us know so we can start kind of planning subgroups, and so that they can go off and do things that are best done in much smaller groups than 30.
Hello? Okay. Matt Gurr, CTI. Just a quick point of clarification. Have the subgroups been created yet, or are you suggesting that there are subgroups, or just that people who would be interested in helping out with those? I'm a little confused that you're not selecting people to be on these groups yet. Because we haven't set which groups are what yet?
We haven't quite done that yet.
Okay.
Again, it depends a little bit as to whether we divide it into three pieces, along with kind of the now, the survey, the future. If you want to put it succinctly, or whether we actually take smaller teams that would be tackling subparts of that. So you could imagine that you might have for a future section, a group that deals just with consumer education. And that group would maybe have 4 people in it. One editor and 3 people that are willing to contribute text to that. We wouldn't really call it a subcommittee at that point. It's really more just a team in that case. So it's not quite clear, and your input would be certainly helpful if you have experience, particularly if you've worked on similar efforts before, and you say, we really shouldn't be doing this because it was just a disaster, or that mechanism worked really well, it really was effective, productive, and everybody left satisfied and happy afterwards with having not wasted time and getting a good product. Let me know. I have only limited experience, and all of us bring our own experiences to that, and you're on the committee because you get lots of it.
This is Dave. We have a question from Joel and then Gunnar.
Joel Zev. Just a suggestion, if I can. We have a unique collection of really bright people focusing in on this 911 next year technology issue. Is there any possibility of getting a blue sky kind of committee together to sit around and brainstorm from all these different really high-end perspectives what could happen rather than what is happening on a purely theoretical level?
Sherry is giving me encouraging nods.
I think that would be absolutely fabulous with the kind of talent you have there.
So maybe what we could do, and we can do that, I'm just thinking there are 2 opportunities. Sometimes these things are best done at least partially in person. So I see no particular reason if our agenda, for example, next time is not as crowded, since we may not have as many things, that we might actually break into somewhat smaller groups as part of a day's program. And one of them would be, you might call it the Blue Sky Group, and maybe another one would be the grounded group. Well,
Henning, just as a follow-up to that, if I may, you really have a unique collection, I don't mean collection, but a unique group of people with disabilities who've really thought about this and have lived with this for the past, some years. I'll give maybe 30, 40 or so. And you have another group that's a high-tech group that really is looking at it from a technological perspective. And I'd like to hear from the people that have lived this every year, every day of every year, and have had all these things in addition to our survey, and see what the issues and what kind of solutions they can dream up as a small group. And then another group will be the technical group that are just thinking in terms of zeros and ones, and see what they can put together in terms of how to solve and how to meet these needs 20 years from now. Unless it's all proprietary information, they don't want to talk to each other.
This is Cheryl King. Sherry Farina, are you still on the bridge? I have a question for you.
Yes, I'm still here.
Great, thank you. This is Cheryl again. Sherry, how about you? I'm sorry, let me back up. Will you be in town for the April meeting? Will you be able to come out, or will you be teleconferencing, do you think? In April.
Okay, well, yes, I'm planning to be there in town in April.
Okay.
That's my short answer.
All right, I understand. My follow-up to that is, would you be available or willing to make a presentation to the full EAAC committee on the E911 Stakeholder Council? And I'll ask if the white paper that the council prepared in 2006, if that would be something that you could look at and see if it's still timely for us to share with this committee. Go ahead.
Oh, sure, I can do that, yes.
Okay, great. I think that would hit on the suggestion of hearing from the the community of deaf and deaf-blind and speech-disabled persons who made up the E911 Stakeholder Council. And then we can look at getting a representative of the vision disability and other areas. But to get that perspective of what they have been living with, and I will say here, one of the stories that I hope Sherry will share is how the Justice Department came to require the TTYs to be in a PSAP. Sherry
Yes,
Farina.
this is Sherry. Yes, yes. And are you telling me that I have time for an 8-hour presentation then?
This is Cheryl. No. we could set it up as a panel, Sherry. You and I can talk offline on the planning. Thank you.
Sure. I think it might be a good idea to follow Henning's suggestion, Joel's, of a small group meeting also, just to brainstorm these issues from those two perspectives.
We have Gunnar and then Jim.
Okay, thanks. Gunnar here. And Joel really said what I intended to say, that we should divide the future part of the report in a functional part and a technical protocol part. We are supposed to deliver protocol but of course need to summarize what functions, what media combinations, what situations do we recommend that the PSAPs shall be able to handle, and what are the users doing functionally. So that's quite different questions, and that could lead to a further subdivision of this future group. That's it.
Thank you, Gunnar. Jim?
By the other hand, see if that's better. Just wanted to suggest that the blue sky description, Nina has reams of paper on that, and I think if Mark was going to reach out to them on issues, he could probably get various formats from highly technical to very generic descriptions and ideas already created on that, so we could save a lot of time there.
The goal, this is Henning, I think you're talking about the future path plan, for example?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's by now a little dated. I do think it would be useful as kind of preparatory material to make sure that everybody has seen those. I think, and I'm not knowing exactly what was intended, was to look at things that have happened, particularly if I remember the future path plan. It was as visionary as it was still in a world that was somewhat more traditional, and that phones would call 911 in new ways, but it was relatively traditional. And I think one of the items that I would imagine that might be interesting to look at in this small blue sky group is to look at types of communication, and I think this has come up today in a number of occasions, that don't look like a phone, whether with a traditional screen or a traditional flip phone or a iPhone or a similar type device, but might be new modalities of reaching 911, such as the ones that Werner Bove had mentioned, but maybe the others as well. And as well as, and that's I think something where there are opportunities beyond simply reaching 911. There's also issues as to how to make 911 more effective, so that the response that it provides is actually most useful to the caller, because it tends to be currently clearly voice heavy and data poor. so that information that would be helpful, for example, to first responders is often unavailable or difficult to extract. And there might be opportunities, again, in the Blue Sky discussion to see that we reimagine that 911 is more than just simply say, my house is on fire, but to see what purposes it has. The other item that I would certainly like to at least see as part of that discussion is that we tend to treat 911 as an isolated component. It's 911. That's, you use that when you need fire or police assistance. But there are other services that share many similar characteristics. We call them typically the N11 services, 211, 311 type of services that we are not directly tasked with addressing here, but that if we're looking far now ahead, could benefit from many of the same capabilities that we're defining and are just as important, maybe not as life and death, to the populations that we care about here as the pure 911 system would be. So those just would be, as useful as that background would be, I think I wanted to go a little beyond there, what's just in the more classical, forward-looking 911 work that's been done in the past.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the current NENA work, you'll find that they've done a lot of updating in their recent work with Department of Transportation, FCC, Congress, 911 Institute. So that's, I would hate to throw away a good starting point.
And I would look towards, I've just heard you volunteer for gathering some of that information and make sure we don't miss any of that.
Mark has already volunteered to reach out and coordinate with NENA, so I'll be happy to help.
Go ahead, Mark.
There's no sense duplicating the effort.
Thank you very much. No, I wanted to say, I'm sorry, this is Mark Fletcher. Thank you very much. Although the NENA information has been recently updated, and it is a good starting point, I think it's important for the Blue Sky Committee to do just that and look at Blue Sky. Let's reinvent, assuming that next generation is already in place, and focus on what we can do with an IP network. Whereas much of the paperwork written at the NENA level was how do we transition the existing network, right? So I think we need to move, Blue Sky should move past the transition stage and move into what can we actually do. And I'd like to add also that whoever brought up, I've fallen and I can't get up, for history and officially, the next line of that commercial was, I'll be right with you, we'll have help on the way, Mrs. Fletcher. But that wasn't my mom. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Brian and then Al.
Yes, thank you, Brian Daly again. Yeah, just to comment on the last, I think we need to make sure we properly scope the task here. While I agree, looking at future capabilities, I don't believe we're here to Blue Sky design NG 911, and I just think we need to take that into account, that's not the purpose of this advisory committee. We have very specific charter, so I think we need to make sure we bound that properly. Thank you.
Al?
We spoke previously about the networks and another entity being that of the constituents, rather, not the constituents, the operators. And where do the interpreters come in? Because the interpreters are part of the network. Are they, or are they part of the operations?
This is Cheryl. Al, again, that's moving into implementation. How the PSAPs access interpreter services to receive the calls from people who use American Sign Language, that is an implementation issue. Our committee would, for instance, say, this is how it should be done, or this is, according to our survey, 90% of the people who with disabilities would like to be able to call 911 and be automatically connected with a video remote interpreter, for instance. That's what's in our jurisdiction.
So,
excuse me, this is Sherry.
when you're, so whose jurisdiction are you referring to?
No, the committee,
So,
the EAAC.
so are we making recommendations then? I'm not clear.
The
Al?
question is, if it's not our jurisdiction, whose jurisdiction is it?
Al, I'm holding up something for you.
So when you're talking about the procedures or the process, I think this is something that I would like to talk about in terms of the operations and how do we handle the interpreters within the PSAPs.
Al, we're talking about functionality. We're not talking about procedures.
The functionality of operations.
The functionality of providing the interpretation for a person with a disability.
Yes, and is that not part of operations?
Elliot, you gonna help me out here?
Yeah. Do I have the mic? Yeah. Okay, good. All right, I'm going to try and help out Cheryl a little bit here. If you look at question 2 of section 106C, it says protocols, technical capabilities, and technical requirements to ensure the reliability and interoperability necessary to ensure access to emergency services by people with disabilities. So where this committee's charge is how do we make sure that the interpreter gets connected into the call. In terms of what the interpreter does, I think that's actually outside the scope, but in terms of how we connect in that interpreter, that is certainly within the scope.
And I'm not sure that how we connect them. I think
well, that's accessibility.
Charge is
So
to ensure that they be connected.
Right, exactly. But protocols, technical capabilities, and technical requirements has to do with the how-to as well.
Right.
This is Henning. Just to
Yes.
add to that.
That was my point.
Clearly, important operational concerns, but I would want to avoid mission creep here. The FCC is not in the business of training interpreters, and we don't train PSAP related personnel either, and we have no real jurisdiction over the operation of PSAPs. I do believe there's an important consideration that, for example, the RD, I guess, might want to undertake as to how such a new environment would influence training, ethical issues, and other concerns. But I suspect there would be other organizations that are more operationally focused, as well as more focused on certification, for example, than we could reasonably be. And I would just caution, I've seen too many reports where many recommendations were addressed to essentially random other parties that are beyond the real influence of the main organization, and they tend to get lost because the actual people that need to read those won't. So I would like to suggest channeling that energy in other organizations. We're not the only organization that will have to deal with this transition. NINA has a body that has an operations committee, for example, that is in particular has a very strong interest in the PSAP side of operations, and there may be other entities that are more attuned to having, say, interpreters involved, and I'm sure NINA in particular would be delighted to work with them. I can't speak for them, but I think that's a safe statement.
The reason why I bring this up is because I'm hearing different, this is Al speaking, I'm hearing different recommendations. Call through VRS first, and then that will go to the 911 or the PSAPs. And there were some people saying, no, it should be, the call should be placed directly to the PSAPs, and let the PSAPs bring in the interpreters. And so,
what the survey
are we in a place to make a recommendation as to which direction this should take?
Yes. I'm sorry, then, Mrs. This is Henning again. Yes, I think the survey question, as well as your and other people's input, will help exactly address that, because that will actually guide the reason we need to answer that question is indeed that it will guide the technical capabilities, so we'll be directly responsive to our charter. Namely, if we say, for example, that calls should only go, I'm not advocating that, only go through relay service, then we would say that connection would have to have certain technical capabilities to ensure appropriate quality of that experience. For example, location-based routing for these relay centers, reachability of every PSAP. If we decide that calls should not go through that at all, we would not have to dwell on that at all. We would not impose or suggest or recommend any technical requirements. So I think yours is a good example where the user experience is the key driving factor for the technical capabilities of the system. And if the answer is both should work, well, and should be equivalent in some sense, that will also drive capabilities. So yes, I think this is, I think we both understood slightly different what you mean by operational. I was thinking more that it was referring to, for example, should we require certification requirements for interpreters in issues related to handling emergencies? That is probably, just to pick a somewhat random question, that is probably somewhat beyond our jurisdiction and may be better answered in different fora.
Norman speaking.
This is Sherry.
I believe that we need to support both the direct. Norman speaking. I believe that we should support both the direct and the relay. We cannot pick one or the other, because there are some deaf people who are going to prefer one over the other. So we have to be able to address both.
Yes. I mean, I don't think we want to solve that at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Or before the survey.
That's exactly the kind of input that the survey will inform, and I'm sure everybody's input on the committee in addition to that. But I think that's a discussion. And I think also the trade-offs that are involved would be something, I'll make a general statement in that I'm hoping that the report not just simply says A is good and B is bad, but it will actually detail the trade-offs and reasoning behind that. Why is it good? Why is it bad? What are the trade-offs between the two? What experiences is based on? And so on, because that's particularly helpful. As I said earlier, opinions are a dime a dozen. Data and reasons are the expensive stuff.
Sherry, I think you had a question.
Yes, I do. Thank you. I said actually just a comment. When you're talking about the Blue Sky Committee, you know, of course, everyone wants to be on that type of a committee. But I think that's a little bit outside of our scope. I think that as we're giving our proposals, we should be identifying gaps and how we recommend filling those gaps, and what the FCC could be responsible for doing, and also what the industry can do. For example, the industry, maybe just off the top of my head, maybe they could be involved with deaf and other disabilities group, involve those groups with designing the equipment for emergency purposes, because make sure that those kinds of things are included and in the report and not just after the fact. And so when the survey is finished and we have the information, the data together, then I know that one question asks, would you like to see 911 and VRS at the same time on your video phone, like on a split screen? And so, you know, that's just a yes or no question. And, you know, let's just, you know, that could be an option. It would be interesting to see how many people would respond to that. And then we could think about what is the next step as far as the responses that we've received, and those steps would go into the recommendations that we come up with. But, you know, I really appreciate this discussion, and I think that it's really a good idea for us to just wait until we get the surveys back, and then we'll have more information to stand on. And that's it.
Thank you, Sherry. Are there any other questions or comments from anyone else? No. I'm done. That's a personal opinion. It's a long day. Is there anything else?
Good night here.
No. Thank you all very much. This is Cheryl, signing off.
One moment. This is Richard. Richard here. If you would mind, before we close the meeting.
Richard's interpreter. We can't hear you.
Yes, this is Richard. And I think before we close the meeting, I would like to make a point to thank TIA for their sponsor of the morning meal and the noon meal for the people at the FCC building, while we here, our people here, had a visual meal. So now I'd also wanted to thank all of you for your willingness to sponsor the new mill for May. Still looking for sponsorship for the month of April. So if someone is willing to sponsor the food for the morning and the noon meal, please let me know. And I'll send out an email again to everybody. I really appreciate that. And again, I thank you, and I give it back to David.
We're done. Thank you.